Un, deux, un, deux. into the depths of the ocean. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a big round of applause for Joshua Sam Miller? What a nice day. No, what a nice way to start the day. What a nice way to start the week. Absolutely amazing. Did you like it, ladies and gentlemen? Ah, absolutely. Joshua Sam Miller. For those who don't know you, who is Joshua Sam Miller? Where's your take your microphone, the microphone.
Thank you so much, and happy you got a taste of our experience. Usually we have the ocean sounds as well, but I think there was a bit of a technical glitch, so you can imagine listening to these beautiful creatures as well as the live music. And I'm so honored to be here. I call myself an ocean artivist,
Yeah.
a global citizen, uniting artists from around the world to inspire ocean education, activism, and change for the benefit of our planet.
So you travel around the globe to make people aware that we should do something, that we should take action. When did you start making music, Joshua?
I started pretty much as soon as I could bang on something. I was a percussionist by birth, my mom can tell you, and started playing clarinet at age 12.
And she was so happy when you started playing the clarinet.
Yes, definitely.
No longer banging on the pots and pans. The sounds of the ocean, we see it here on the screen, the immersive experience. Can you tell us what the initiative is all about?
Absolutely. It's a project to unite art and science together to take people to the depths of the ocean who might not be able to access that environment so easily themselves. Most of us these days live in cities, and maybe we'll be lucky to go on a scuba diving trip or a visit to the ocean on vacation. But I find it's really important to bring the ocean into these urban environments and use the benefit of technology, immersive audio and video equipment to really place us in that space so that we understand what's going on so we can protect it. That's what we're doing.
Absolutely amazing. And I see also on the screen that you have a huge number of awards that you have won. So that's really cool. Best of Earth 2025 is the last one. What was that one about?
Yes. So we're in the full dome immersive industry, and the producers of several film festivals have come up with the title Best of Earth for full dome films.
Yeah.
And I love this industry because you get a real showmanship and showwomanship from the planetarium directors. So they're hosting this festival in the UK later this month. It's coming up on March 25th, and we're honored to be a part of the official selection.
Okay. Today you will play another session in room number 1. That will be at 12 sharp. And then later on this week, you are giving a concert here nearby in Brussels.
Yes, we have a concert tomorrow night at the Brussels Planetarium. Excellent planetarium. If you have never been, I highly recommend it. And that will be at 7 o'clock for a full 1-hour concert with the visuals, the audio, and of course live music. So I hope to see you there.
Okay, but if you can't wait, at 12, room 1, go to Joshua and then give him one last warm round of applause. Joshua Sam Miller, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to move here, ladies and gentlemen, because in the meantime, you see some technical people storming the stage because we have to clear the stage, of course, for the rest of the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to everyone here in the beautiful Sparks venue here in the center of Brussels. We have a busy day today, and I hope you're all wide awake. Are you all awake, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah! Absolutely amazing. You are. Ah, great, great. This is not only the opening of the day, the Young Voices for the Ocean. We started with some beautiful music. In a while, we will have some young people here on stage to bring down the average age of on stage here. That would be amazing. But it's also the start of the week full of events. It will be a very interesting week. It will be a very busy week, the European Ocean Days. It's the second edition, and it will take place as you know, from the 3rd until the 7th of March. As the previous edition, it will be a week of events related to European marine and maritime topics, and it will cover on several separate days of the week the EU mission Ocean and Waters, fishery science, blue innovation and investment opportunities, ocean literacy activities, and many other topics. I was just wondering, who is here for the entire week? Raise your hands. Who is here for the entire week? Amazing. Great. Yes, the organizers, of course. Yes, we are. Yeah. Who's already leaving tonight? Anyone leaving? Oh, but why? Oh. So, no, we're going to make this really a wonderful day. There's a lot on your plate also here in the venue today because we have workshops. We have the art exhibition that will start at 12. You really have to go and have a look because these are young people who make wonderful pieces of art that are connected to the ocean. In the meantime, they're clearing the stage here also for them, ladies and gentlemen, for our technical people who are doing a wonderful job. Can I have a warm round of applause? Because we don't always realize we have this beautiful stage. They have been here building it and making it and doing the technical things, and we all take that for granted, but it absolutely isn't. There you go. The last piece of the puzzle is being removed. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, today, here in the morning, we will have a beautiful setting with young people who will come on stage and speak from their hearts. This is our future. These are the people who inherit the ocean from my generation, from my parents' generation, and they will have to take care of it. So it would be great if we hand them something that is in a good condition and that is in good health. But they have a lot of questions, and they will ask a lot of questions here on stage. More about that later. But we're going to officially start this day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to officially start this week. And I'm really proud to welcome, and it's an entire list, I'm going to go through it. He is the former professor of biodiversity conservation, the former minister for agriculture, rural development and environment, the former minister for education and culture, but now the commissioner for fisheries and the commissioner for oceans. Please welcome from Cyprus, Commissioner Costas Kadis. Welcome, sir. There you go.
Well, after this amazing performance, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you friends of the ocean. It is truly an honor to be here today as we kick off the second edition of the European Ocean Days. And I'm pleased to see all of you here in Brussels. And I also want to extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us online. We have ocean experts, marine scientists, fishers, policymakers, community leaders, youth, entrepreneurs, and stakeholders from across Europe gathered here to discuss the importance of our ocean, seas, and waters. I would like to take a moment to thank all my colleagues across the European Commission services and our partners for organizing this week of inspiring events. Now, the European Ocean Days are more than just a week of events. They represent the European Union's strong commitment to a sustainable blue economy and to protection of our oceans. They also celebrate the hard work many of you have done to help shape the policies we are building on today. As you all know, the ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface. It regulates our climate and provides essential resources that sustain life both at sea and on land. Yet the ocean still faces many challenges, such as overfishing, plastic pollution, and the effects of climate change. This year's European Ocean Days are filled with exciting events to explore the future of our ocean, share success stories, and discuss innovative solutions to the challenges at hand. This is a unique opportunity to share ideas, learn from each other, and take steps towards our shared ocean goals. But before I get into the details of what we have planned for you, I would like to tell you more about an initiative that we are working on, a priority initiative under my portfolio, the European Ocean Pact. With this pact, we want to ensure coherence across all EU policy areas linked to the ocean, with clear objectives: developing a competitive and sustainable European blue economy, protecting and restoring ocean health, productivity, and resilience, building a robust marine knowledge framework, establishing a global ocean governance and diplomacy, enhancing the resilience and sustainability of our coastal communities and cities, and putting in place a governance model that will ensure implementation. In the coming days, you will hear a lot about the Ocean Pact, and I hope that our discussions will fit into it. Now let me tell you what we have planned for you. We begin today with Young Voices of the Ocean and the first Youth Policy Dialogue, where I will have the opportunity to discuss ocean policies with 16 young people from across the European Union. Young people's voices matter, and it is important that we hear your views, because the future of our ocean largely rests in your hands. Your opinions and needs must contribute to the upcoming European Ocean Pact and help shape the future of the blue economy. Let me emphasize, we have 3 panels lined up focusing on key topics of young people, career opportunities in the blue economy, youth engagement in ocean conservation and restoration projects, and what it means to be a blue citizen. During breaks, I invite you to visit the art exhibition by the JRC Sci Art project, relax with ocean sounds, or network and discover new initiatives and partners at the Ocean Literacy Island. Before we close today, our Ocean Literacy Coalition will launch the campaign MakeEUBlue, Cities on Board. This initiative calls on cities across Europe to take action for the ocean, from supporting blue education to organizing beach cleanups and restoration projects. We encourage you all to get involved and ensure no city is left behind on our shared journey toward ocean sustainability. The rest of the week is just as full as important events. We will host the 3rd Mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters Forum to highlight what we are doing to restore our ocean and waters, as well as what else needs to be done to meet our 2030 goals. Then, the Fisheries and Oceans dialogues will bring together stakeholders from the fisheries, aquaculture, and blue economy sectors, and these dialogues will play a crucial role in shaping the European Ocean Pact, addressing issues such as the future of fisheries, biodiversity protection, and the health and the resilience of our ocean. We will also hold a session on the European Industry of Technology's call for a new knowledge and innovation community on water, marine, and maritime sectors and ecosystems. This session will provide essential information on funding opportunities for innovative projects. And once again, investors and innovators will gather at the Blue Invest event to explore investment opportunities and sustainable solutions for the blue economy, with workshops and networking sessions on innovation and sustainability. To close the week, We will discuss marine knowledge for the European Ocean Pact, focusing on how observation, data, research, marine knowledge and citizen science can drive informed decision-making and help shape ocean-related policies, including the Ocean Pact. Finally, the Fisheries and Ocean Science Seminar will offer insights into the current state of science research and advice related to fisheries and oceans health. As you can see, we have a week full of activities that promise to be both informative and engaging. So let's make this week all about learning, sharing, and working together to build a better future for our ocean. I wish you all an enjoyable and productive week, and I look forward to the discussions, ideas, and actions that will emerge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner. I'm just going to stand on your left-hand side because I have a few questions for you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Aha, wonderful. You were talking about the European Ocean Pact. Now, you were talking about the coherence and clear objectives. Now, how is this European Ocean Pact being created?
The Ocean Pact will be created in collaboration with all stakeholders, and actually collaboration will be its main strength. That's why, from the very beginning, we have involved a lot of stakeholders, I would say all relevant stakeholders, through a call for evidence, which secured an impressive number of contributions from all over Europe, but also from outside Europe, from universities, from think tanks, from NGOs, scientists, the sector, individuals, citizens, the coastal communities. So we received more than 860 contributions. The interesting thing was that we received contributions, a lot of contributions, also from outside Europe. And this is important because it seems that the rest of the world is looking at what the European Union is preparing for the ocean governance as a model for ocean sustainability and governance.
Yeah, once again, we're a trendsetter. Once again, we are a trendsetter.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, and we are leading the way.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you look in the long term, because you mentioned 2030, what is the aim, actually? What do you want to achieve with the European Ocean Pact?
You know, the European Union is an ocean union. It is a huge maritime power. It has the largest maritime exclusive economic zone. So at the same time, the policies that are affecting the ocean are becoming more and more important. We have energy, we have security, we have transport, tourism, fisheries, aquaculture. The policies governing all these very important sectors are very important to be aligned in promoting and implementing these policies. We have to secure that they are coherent and they are aligned and they are well coordinated. This will be the purpose of the Ocean Pact.
Yeah. Commissioner, let's dream, and let's dream big. Let's say that the European Ocean Pact is a success. When will you be happy? When would you say that, for me, this is a dream come true?
When our coastal communities will sustainably thrive, when we all feel that our ocean is healthy and its biodiversity is well preserved, and when our the people that depend on the ocean feel happy and feel comfortable and thrive sustainably.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely wonderful. Like I said in the beginning, we are giving the ocean to the next generation as a gift. Our generation, you see, there's a bit of gray hair here. So we give it to the next generation who have to take care of this beautiful thing, which is absolutely amazing. It gives a lot of jobs. It creates a lot of impact on the environment. So we have to take care of it. Is it okay for you if we invite some young people on stage? And do you want to join us?
That's why we're here.
Okay, then we go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the first panel? It's interactive, eh? Come on, hopla. I'll take the microphones here. There we go. And we just sit down here, and then I will, in a moment, introduce the first youngsters. I will give one microphone. Oh, you can, Commissioner, you can sit wherever you feel comfortable. There you go. In this special session, like the Commissioner already stated, we will have some young people, ages between 18 and 30, who will have the chance to engage in the conversation with the Commissioner, and we will discuss the EU ocean policies, including the upcoming European Ocean Pact, of course, and how these policies will impact both today's youth and also future generations. We have divided them in three panels of 5 people. Normally we were 16, but we got an email, I think a day or 2 days ago, that one of them was ill. So we sent all the best to this person who was, I don't know, Flavius from Romania. Well, he got a bit ill and he couldn't make it. So we have 15 people in total. And the first panel is about managing the ocean. And I would like to welcome on stage and give them a big round of applause, Simona, Nicolo, Gislan, Benjamin, and Katarina. You can keep on applauding, ladies and gentlemen. It gives a real boost. Hello. Katarina. Hello. Hello. Hey. Hello. Sharp suit. Come sit here next to the Commissioner. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't be afraid. So, everything okay? Nice, nice. Hola. That is something that our technical people don't like. So just hold it in your hand. Just hold it in your hand, Gizan. There you go. You can hold it. So first of all, I would like you to introduce yourself, and I would like you to give me some background information, who you are, and of course, why you are here. And we're just going to start there. Nicolo, do you care to start the session?
So good morning, everyone. I am Nicolo Di Tullio from Italy, and I'm very happy and glad to be here. Thanks to the Commissioner for inviting us and having us here.
Wait. What is
Please?
Don't be so fast, Nicolo. What is your background and why are you here?
My background is in biotechnologies and then marine sciences.
Yeah.
Currently, I'm a PhD candidate in sustainability management. And the reason why I'm here, I'm here to speak for the sports people, and I'm both a researcher, a scientist, I would say, early career scientist, but also a practitioner. I'm leading a local activism initiative. So I think I can bring to the table both the research part of what I do together with the local engagement and the community engagement perspective.
Nice, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next to you we have Gislan. Gislan, good morning.
Yes, good morning, welcome. Thank you for the invite. My name is Gislan, I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a graduate of the College of Europe, where I focus mainly on environmental diplomacy. So I have a non-technical background, but my main interest lays in marine biodiversity, the High Seas Treaty, and international ocean governance.
Okay, thank you very much. You already have a microphone. There you go. And you are Simona?
Yeah, hi.
Is it on? Wait, give it here. I'm just going to check. Tap. It's on.
It's working. Okay, so I have to. keep it closer. Okay. So hi everyone, my name is Simona. I am from Bulgaria, and I study renewable energy sources back at home. And the reason why I'm here is not only to represent the young voices, but also my country, and to give a little background. I would like to know that my family is engaged in commercial fishing, and my father is actually the chairman of the biggest fishing association in our Black Sea coast. And naturally, my whole life is allocated to the sea and managing it and exploiting its resources. So that's what I'm here to represent. Yeah.
Okay, a clear connection. And then next to you, we have Katarina. Good morning, Katarina. It's working.
Oh, it's working, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Katerina. You may know me as the person who put her hand in the air when Olivier asked why I'm going home today. It's because it's my birthday today.
Yes.
I'm 28 years old today. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Olivier, and
I
thank
am
you,
not going
everyone.
to ask you how old you are, but...
I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm 28, and it's a very good age to be. I'm very happy with it. I am a marine biologist. I am a former shark researcher, so that's how I got into the ocean when I was 8. So that's when I fell in love with the ocean, was through sharks. And currently I work for a marine conservation NGO based in Portugal, which is Siena. I'm here because I think that intergenerational justice is very important, and I think that we are the ones who are going to inherit the impact of today's decision, and I think we should have a say in it. So
absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And next to you, we have, I don't know if he is the youngest, but he's Benjamin. Benjamin, good morning.
Yes, hello, good morning. Thank you for having us. I have a background in environmental sciences as my bachelor's, and I just graduated from my master's in applied oceanography. My main topic of interest is invasive alien species. I come from Malta. Maybe some of you have heard of it. It's under Italy, exactly. We're a very small island, but we have a lot of problems in terms of the ocean, unfortunately. We have a lot of invasives coming out from the Gulf, for example, that are ravaging our ecosystems and are causing very detrimental effects, unfortunately. My study of interest, I just created an algorithm to help local fishermen identify these invasives, because I see a lot of posts on Facebook. We use lots of Facebook in Malta because we're pretty old. And they post, for example, what is this fish? Can I eat it? Can I throw it back? What do I do with it? And I'm like, this is a really big problem. We find it everywhere throughout the internet, unfortunately. So the aim of this algorithm is for fishermen to take pictures of this fish, and they're like, okay, so you can eat it, you can throw it back, don't put invasive alien species back in the ocean, basically.
Nice.
Yeah, and my final point is youth. Us as youthful people are the driving force for most policies, regardless of the oceans, regardless of anything. We are the young generation that I believe, are the drivers of change. So our ideas and our thoughts all help us put forward a better, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. You can keep the microphone. You can keep it's yours. Well, it's not yours, but... so, are you ready for the first question? Yeah? Yes, of course you are. It's all about marine knowledge and citizen science. We can only manage and better protect the ocean if we know it well enough, if we know everything there is to know about the ocean, and if we have enough data, because that's what it's about. It's all about data collection and, like you said, the knowledge of the species and the knowledge of the biodiversity. The thing is, how well do we understand the ocean and its biodiversity? Does any one of you have a view on that? Are we really having the enough knowledge of everything that is happening in the oceans, yes or no? And maybe could you elaborate? So who would like to take that? Katarina.
If I may, I think that we still have quite a narrow and often superficial view of how the ocean works. I think that we tend to look at species in isolation and kind of fail to recognize that these activities do have an impact not just on specific fish or specific stocks, but the wider food web. And I think that for us to truly grasp how the ocean works, we would have to stop looking at these resources as disconnected units. We shouldn't look at fish as farmed animals. They exist within complex ecosystems, and they interact with prey and predators and their environment. And I think that to truly have climate resilient and truly sustainable fisheries at this stage, we would have to have ecosystem-informed science that fully acknowledges this transboundary and interconnected nature of oceans. So I think my question maybe for Mr. Kadis is ecosystem-based fisheries management something that you will prioritize in your mandate?
Aha, that's a good question. So, Commissioner, would you like to answer the question of Katarina?
Yes, we already trying to adopt this approach, and actually the fishing opportunities for several fishing stocks are determined based on this kind of information. But I also wanted to say a few things about your introductory comments, and changing hat as a professor of biodiversity conservation. I would like to convey to you what was transferred to me by my professors and what I'm trying to transfer to my students as one of the first principles of biodiversity conservation. Before you initiate a project to preserve a species, a habitat, or an ecosystem, first you have to know it very, very well. So having the sound knowledge about our ocean is a prerequisite for securing its preservation. And actually, within the framework of the Ocean Pact, one of the Pact's pillars will be to build a robust knowledge framework that will support the implementation of the policies that will be included in the Ocean Pact.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that an answer to your question, Katarina?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy. I think that I am more so curious how that will apply for ecosystems such as the deep ocean, where we have little to no knowledge.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
So that is maybe a task for the young generation to collect that data. If we're talking about data and the knowledge of all the different species, and we look at you, Simona, you are closely connected to the ocean, like you said. You're connected to the commercial fishing with your family. How is the knowledge of the ocean? How do you see that for yourself?
Okay, so I would like to say that it is well known to all of us that a more detailed knowledge of our ocean and our seas invariably helps us with the responsible management and exploitation of the resources. So having closer, yeah.
Even closer.
Okay, sorry. So having in-depth information about the population of different marine species allows us not only to be familiar with their behavior, but also to create a model according to which we have the opportunity to fish without disturbing the integrity of the marine biosphere. So I would like to say also that the 16 or 15 young people who we have gathered here also come from 16 different countries, which is obviously no coincidence. So with the great pleasure and responsibility, I am also here representing my community and my country. And with my statement, I would like to concentrate the topic of the world's ocean on something more specific and very special for me, which is the Black Sea. And to give a little context, the Black Sea practically has no analogs and it's unique in itself. It is naturally anoxic and it's the largest basin of water body with a meromictic basin, which means it's absent of dissolved oxygen and the water rarely cycles between the upper and the lower layers. So the lower layers are completely free of oxygen and any marine life that relies on it. Also, two of the biggest rivers of Europe in terms of discharge, which are the Danube and Dnieper, also discharge into the water, and it's only connected to the world's ocean through the narrow Bosphorus Strait, which all contribute to the sea's low salinity levels, which is only 18 parts per thousand. And our country is a relatively new member of the European Union, could quite clearly distinguish the positives we've witnessed, the changes we've witnessed in a positive direction. And if 10 years ago it was practically unthinkable for a scientist or researchers to board the aboard a shipping of a fishing vessel that he wouldn't witness the unethical fishing practices in the past 4 or 5 years, I could proudly claim that this has actually become a standard practice for which the greatest credit goes to our membership in the European Union. And would like to introduce you with a small part of the expeditions that have been successfully implemented in the recent years. The first one being a study of the white mussel population, the impact of fishing on fish populations, monitoring the seabeds with the Norwegian Institute and students from both Norway and Bulgaria, testing selective fishing gears with their effectiveness, and testing sonar technology to be integrated into everyday fishing, and also a study on shark populations in the Black Sea, which is currently underway, managed by the General Fisheries Commission of the Mediterranean. And I strongly believe that investing in such projects is not all useless and unnecessary, which sadly most people would have to say. Because from my experience, I would tell you that in the past few years, we have begun to know our own sea way better than generations before us have. And yeah.
Yeah, big advantages there. In the more you know, and so since the past 10 years, all the knowledge that you have acquired can only help you make it more sustainable. If you talk about data, you were talking about an algorithm that you have to check. It's working. It's always working. Yeah. Now, Benjamin, if you talk about that algorithm, you told us that it's detecting like species that are invading parts of the ocean that are not like normally living there, and they're like disturbing the balance. What else are you measuring, or what is the usage of this algorithm?
Well, the main thought behind this was, as I was referring before, that there's a really big knowledge gap in terms of local fishermen and the public in what is invasive, what isn't invasive, what is an alien species, what is the difference.
Yeah.
There's a whole jumble of words. And unfortunately, not many people know the difference between what is an invasive, what is a native species, what is endemic, what should you do with this, what should you do with that. And the reasoning behind this was creating a simple application. It's still in the development to become like commercialized so people can use it. And they can take a picture of what they caught, basically, because we have a lot of sports fishermen in Malta that catch entries, for example. And they catch an invasive, for example, we have a very dangerous pufferfish, right now that's invasive. And they catch it and they're like, can I eat this? Or do I put it back? Which is a big no, because pufferfish are toxic, the ones that we have in Malta. So that's one of the main issues and the main reasoning behind it. But also, we want to make knowledge digestible to the general public. We can't just throw fancy words and very bombastic terminologies that not everyone from a scientific background will understand. We need to make the knowledge more presentable to hit a wider public, basically.
Yeah. So, and this is where you call upon the people who are professionally fishing, but also people who are connected to the ocean. I'm just a question to the panel. How could we encourage everyone, let's say, the normal citizens? I don't have any connection with the ocean myself. I live in the city. So how can we help? How can we assist in collecting data? Anyone? Any ideas?
I'd like to contradict your first assumption.
Okay, and how would you like to contradict my first assumption, Nicolo? Go ahead.
Because you stated that data collection is like the priority, or it seems like that, well, we're just playing, the, the game of the dialogue. But yeah, I think there is something more, because from my experience, I got 2 degrees in marine sciences, one in marine biology, one in marine sciences, and I could really grow my knowledge in ocean sciences, in marine biology, but what I really felt as the most important piece of the puzzle of my connection with the ocean has been through sports and through the engagement of local communities with people, because I think that we know so little about the ocean and we still have to do so much about it, that in this phase we still need to rely on what we feel and what other people's feel about the ocean, bringing their perspectives, their opinions, their experiences, also considering the positives and the negatives of their experiences in the ocean, because sometimes we tend to idealize what we see and what we want for the ocean, but actually the ocean is about fisher people going out in the sea and looking for stocks, or for migrants coming, because this is another big issue. I'm a surf life-saving athlete. I know that most of the people do not know which sport it is, but it is a sport dealing also with making sure that everyone at sea is safe. So this is another big issue. But then there is also about economy and trades. So there are such a wide range of issues we have to face, that I think that data and knowledge is important, but also feelings and sharing with communities is as important as data. So this is something I think we should also consider when shaping policies and creating the common ground for the European Union we want for the ocean.
Yeah, I see the commissioner vigorously shaking his head, so I think he's agreeing. You can pass on the microphone. Do you agree, Commissioner, that this is not only about data, it's a much broader thing?
Yes, I fully agree.
Yeah.
And the policies that we implement are more effective when they are implemented by people that they are aware and they have this collective responsibility, but also if they are knowledgeable. Yes, it's a combination.
Yeah.
And just in order not to blaming continually the Commission, I just wanted to share some information about the tools that we have available, that they're free for everyone, including young people that we have with us today. One example is the European Marine Observation and Data Network, the EMONTnet. It's a platform that gives access to wealth of information on the depth of the ocean, physics, chemistry, geology, human activities, and even more. We also have the European Digital Twin of the Ocean, the DTO. This digital model uses data, technology, and artificial intelligence to simulate the ocean, helping us better understand the marine environment. And by simulating various scenarios, it will support decision-making and make marine knowledge accessible to everyone. I have a list of other also instruments that are available. I would advise and encourage our young colleagues here to visit these sites and see the opportunities that are arising from the use of these instruments. Because, as I mentioned at the beginning, it is very important to have a complete knowledge on the ocean, so to promote in a more efficient way the implementation of the policies that concern the ocean.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that is absolutely crucial to have those connections and to have that access to all these data. I'm just coming to you because you say that you don't have a technical background, and we're talking about data and data collection and species. Now, let's go to the next part. Let's talk about managing the ocean, and let's talk about renewable energy. You're from the Netherlands yourself. If we talk about managing the ocean, I think that the Netherlands is really absolutely amazing in how to manage the ocean. If you look at the renewable energy, how is your view on things if we talk about the future? Because we will need more green energy, we will need more, wind turbines, windmills to create that energy. How is your view on things? How can we, one, respect the ocean, but two, also be clear that we get enough sustainable energy out of it?
Yeah, thank you, Olivier. I think this may be the million-dollar question. How can we sort of combine the two to, save our ocean and make sure that marine biodiversity there stays and conserves it. At the same time, we have to look in the future and make sure that we use renewable energy, green energy, also indeed with wind turbines in our oceans. I think there's a lot of projects and initiatives in the EU that try to sort of combine the two. What we can see, for example, is with wind turbines in the sea is that the area below is quite protected because there's no ships, for example, closely next to it. And so that actually allows for the biodiversity, marine biodiversity to be in their natural habitat and to stay healthy. Yeah. There's also funny initiatives like, for example, oyster hotels, they call it. So below the wind turbines, they have these sort of hotels where oysters can grow. So I think we need more and more of these initiatives, and we need to work together with governments and with the EU Commission, at the same time also with companies, private sector, and the youth, of course, to continue these discussions and to see how we can combine the two for a blue and a future with lots of marine biodiversity still.
Yeah. I saw a little reaction there from Katarina. Katarina, what would you like to add?
Yeah, if I may, I think that we need to be a bit careful associating offshore wind with protected areas. I think that renewable energy is the future. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Yeah. But it comes with a set of challenges, and I think that acknowledging the impacts, not just on seabirds and cetaceans and the ecosystems themselves, because we can't look just at the impacts of the turbines or the cabling or the noise. I think that even if these structures may represent kind of these artificial coral structures, they're foreign to those ecosystems, so we really don't know what the impacts could be. And it's very important that comprehensive environmental assessments must be a requirement. I think that we need to ensure that site selection does prioritize ecological integrity and not just mere cost effectiveness, which sometimes it's the main criteria for choosing these sites. And I do think that areas within the Natura 2000 network and marine protected areas should be off limits for these areas, because there's impacts to it and we need to acknowledge them. And so I think that a truly sustainable energy transition means balancing progress with protection.
Yeah, do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Round of applause here. Yeah,
yes, round of applause.
Do you agree that it's a thin line? It's like, okay, we need to move forward. We need to go to that sustainable energy. But on the other side, we have to protect the ocean. We have to protect the biodiversity. It's not an easy assignment, is it?
No, absolutely. I completely agree with Katarina, as mentioned. As I said, it's difficult to combine the two, and I think we have to decide where our priority goes, and perhaps new technologies can sort of can help that.
Yeah, Benjamin, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, if I could add something. So I fully agree with you, Katarina. That is exactly, you took it out of my mind. For Malta, for example, the scalability of an offshore wind farm, we had in plans for around 10 years ago to create this, but the environmental impact assessment, like you were saying, like the amount of damage these do, like they have to take into consideration everything. And for example, for Malta, it is a hub for migrating birds. And wind turbines are not the best thing for migrating birds, I can tell you that. But in December 2024, we just launched a tender for offshore wind farms, finally. So after a good amount of time, we're progressing. But I wanted to ask you a question, Commissioner. So is the scalability in the European Commission Pact scalable for every country? So for example, for Malta, it's such a small country, you can't compare it to other European countries. What can you do in terms of renewable energy as a country that's fully dependent on fossil fuels, for example? What can we do, and how is the pact addressing this, basically?
Good question. Yeah.
Well, each country has to develop its strategies that should be aligned with the broader strategies of the European Union. And our new principle that it is reflected in recently approved initiatives of the European Commission, such as the European Competitive Compass or the Clean Industrial Deal is to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel and increase our resilience and competitiveness. In the case of the ocean, a very interesting means to achieve this balance between the different uses of the ocean is the maritime spatial planning. The competition for the maritime space is increasing, so we have to accommodate all the different uses of the ocean in a harmonized way, and the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive focuses on these issues. Almost all the states, the member states that have coastal areas have already prepared their maritime spatial plans. They have started implementing the plans, and we are now evaluating the whole process. One principle that it is very useful is the multiple use of the maritime space. For example, we can use a certain space for both, let's say, renewable energy and fishing, or renewable energy and aquaculture. And there are some very good examples in Europe with this multiple use, and we are trying to provide feedback to the member states in order to expand this approach.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yeah, Nicolo, if you look at this spatial planning of the ocean, let's say that I put you in charge. How would you do this? How would you see? How would you look at this balance? If you see, like, okay, we have biodiversity, we have fishing, we have different industries, we have the sustainable energy. You're the next generation. I'm not going to make you responsible, of course, but just like, let's dream. How can we handle this? How can we do this in the future?
Well, thank you very much for such an easy question.
Yeah.
I've been preparing for this for the last 10 years, probably.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm a great fan of the MSFD because I think it's what we need, at least for my context. I live in a big city with a big harbor, and we have different and sometimes different needs of the use of the ocean. So I really feel the need of the implementation of these kind of strategies. So from my experience, from my perspective, what I'm trying to do with my local initiative is exactly implementing, or well, trying in a small scale to implement something like a multiple use of a part of the city ocean area, let's say sea area, to consider sport activities, tourism, and also professional fisher people and whatsoever it may happen. So what we've been doing has been developing a local strategy that we presented to the city government, to the regional government. And what we've been doing was starting from a very close talk with academia, with the local university. We have an interdisciplinary center called Center of the Sea that brings together economists, marine scientists, so people studying biodiversity, for example, but also urbanists, so people studying how the city is shaping along the coastline. And we started from this evidence-based common ground, and then from this common ground we brought academians to talk to local communities. So it's been such a long journey we did, but we finally could find a common solution. And what I think, if I look back at what we did with the local initiative, it is that it's something so straight to the point, I would say. I mean, it's so easy from my background also. Start from science, go talk to people, and then bring the solution to policymakers and discuss this with them.
Yeah.
But no one before did it. So if
That's the thing. like we said in the beginning, like we have the knowledge and the data, but this is all on a scientific level. And you have the data from the fishing, which is also in a very specific sector. It's the fishing sector. Now, my question is, how can we bring this closer to the people with those initiatives? Any other ideas how we can really, really have the connection with all the EU citizens that are now not only saying like, oh, the ocean is there and that's it, but they are connected to it, they know more about it, and if they know more about it, they will respect it even more. So what is your view on things? You as young people, how can we bring the knowledge of the ocean closer to the people, but also make them more interested in exploring the ocean?
If I may, I think that in touching also on what Benjamin and Nicola said, there's a real need to kind of decomplexify these jargon words around the
I
ocean.
like the word decomplexifying already.
I tried. It was a mouthful. But I think that not trying to be a cliche, but I think that for people to truly fall in love with the ocean, they need to understand it first. And if we use these complex terms, and I mean, the ocean is pretty complex, but if we in some way makes this information accessible to people, I think that's very important. Also because, and that's what led me to my professional path, is that I think that we do have quite a lot of science. I just think that a lot of this science stays in the drawer and it doesn't reach people, it doesn't reach the general public, it doesn't reach sometimes decision makers, and I think that also us as young people can champion that and bring more young people to this. And for example, one of the tools that I think is very helpful to bring people into this process is the public consultations. And I think that's a very accessible way for people and young people to participate. They can look for new information and also have their say in this.
Yeah. If I look at Simona, Simona, if we you come from a family of fishermen and fisherwomen. Do we say that?
Yeah, fishermen, fisherwomen.
Yeah, fisher people.
Fisher people, yeah, of course.
What is the knowledge that you have about the ocean that is not known by other people? Because you have a lot of knowledge about the sea that you were mentioning, and a lot of knowledge about the species that are there. So is there anything that you do to share that information? Is it accessible?
Okay, so this is actually a great question, and I think a key into the a key into the knowing our seas better is gathering information from people who are constantly spending their lives actually into the sea. And if I could allow myself to bring back the topic of our conversation back to the renewable energy, which is actually, I think, very important. I am certainly convinced that all of the positives that this industry provides us with are well known to all of you, like the lowering the carbon footprint, the economic growth, the thousands of new job opportunities. But like anything else, this has both positives and negatives. And despite the recent trend in leading to a decrease of the price of the production of wind farms, they have also many downsides. And while they are pivotal in the transition to renewable energy, offshore wind farms can have severe negative impacts on marine biodiversity. And the key concerns are habitat alterations, noise pollution, collision risk, electromagnetic fields, water flow. And as you said, I am very engaged into commercial fishing and into my country and my, as if I can allow myself to say, my Black Sea. Last year, a project was proposed to integrate offshore wind energy into the Bulgarian Black Sea waters. This project involved the construction of 4 parks occupying an area of over 800 square kilometers, which is twice the area of our capital city. Their maximum production capacity was assumed to be 9.5 gigawatts, which is almost 5 times the whole energy produced by 2 currently functioning nuclear plants. And it's actually, I think, very important to note that Bulgaria has only 350 kilometers of coastal line, and approximately 50% of our population is located along the coast. And as expected, the negative response was not long in coming. The Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, the Association of Fishery Producers, and the Bulgarian Society of Protection of Birds collectively declared themselves negatives against this project. And the main concerns are that it will disorient migratory birds and bats. It will have negative effects on summer tourism, since due to the specifics of our sea and the sharp drops in depth, a significant amount of these farms are planned to be located only 1 kilometer away from the coasts. And I think that, last words, the lack of clarity on how such a project and on such a large scale will have irreversible damage to our sea is understandably a huge cause of concern.
Of course.
And something that should be...
And this is why we mentioned that this balance is so difficult to find, because there is this need for the sustainable energy on one side, and on the other side there is this impact on everything that you mentioned. You have to?
Yes, I have to. If I could add something regarding the previous question of how can we engage the public with ocean activities, basically. I think the main thing is public engagement through either citizen science, making them more aware about the topics. Most people don't know what the ocean does and the amount of impact it has on the climate and how it affects climate change, how it affects the introduction of invasive aliens, for example, or the increase in ocean acidification, or the increase in pH, salinity. We have to actively engage the public with ocean activities, and we have to make it in a way that they can understand, and in a way that they can actually feel like they're doing something. For example, beach cleanups. The idea behind the beach cleanup is it's okay, you're cleaning up the beach, but there has to be a behavioral mental change. Why are you polluting the beach in the first place? Why are we actively cleaning up other people's trash? Of course, it's a good thing, we shouldn't leave the trash there, but the reason is, why is the trash there in the first place? Why are we polluting the beach, the oceans, whatever, and then we go banning plastic straws? Okay, it's a good initiative, and it helps the turtles, but we have to focus on the root of the problem. And this comes to another question for you, Commissioner. I can say it.
Take your time. It's okay. Commissioner.
Thank you.
There you go. I'll fill in the blanks for you.
Thank you very much. How can we actively engage public participation in ocean protection, ocean conservation, especially for people without a scientific background, without,
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I don't care about the ocean. Why should I care about it? What does it do for me? But it's not because they don't care. It's because they don't know the amount of benefits the ocean has, and what the sheer amount of impacts it has on everything, on trade, on climate change, you name it. What can we do? And how can we actively align people to actively participate?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Short answer, and then we go wrap this panel up. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes. I fully agree that we have to promote awareness and knowledge about the ocean. We have to start from the educational system. And I'm aware that some of the member states have already initiated programs relevant to the ocean and its importance to our daily lives. But we also have to promote it through the European policies, and definitely in the framework of the Ocean Pact, we will develop public awareness and public knowledge promotion programs. It is very important that the people who at the end of the day, the citizens who at the end of the day implement our policies, are well informed about the importance of these policies and about the importance of the ocean. You are absolutely right, and we will take action, further action towards this direction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
In one sentence, Nicolo, what would you like to see in the European Ocean Pact? if there is one thing that you say that this would make a change, this is something that I really would like to have in the European Ocean Pact, what would that be?
Starting back from my last intervention, I would say participatory policies. So, I mean, policies that really bring local governments, regional governments to include everyone's voices into the decisional processes.
Okay. What would that be for you, Gislan? In one sentence, what would you like to really have in the European Ocean Pact?
Yeah, I think I would like to add on that. I think today is a great start of youth engagement in your mandate, Commissioner. So what I would like to see in the Ocean Pact and also throughout your mandate is hopefully to urge you to continue to engage with the youth and to include youth's voices in your work that you do.
Thank you very much. Simona, for you?
So I would like to note and acknowledge that it's, science needs fishermen and fishermen need science. And if I have to wrap it up in one sentence, I would say that I would like to see stronger involvement of the fishing community in scientific research.
Okay, noted. Thank you very much. Katarina?
Well, there's plenty of things that I'd like to see in the Ocean Pact. I hope we can discuss them someday. But what I really would like is a strong commitment to safeguarding the deep ocean by protecting vulnerable marine ecosystems such as seamounts and the implementation of a moratorium on deep seabed mining in EU waters.
Okay, thank you very much. Very clear statement. Benjamin, from your side?
Yeah, and as I was mentioning before, basically like public engagement and making knowledge digestible for the general public, for sure. And yeah, that's mainly, I think, my main takeaway point.
Okay, thank you.
Stakeholder engagement, yeah.
Thank you very
Like
much.
today.
I would like to thank all of you. We are making place for the next panel because we have 2 more to go. I would like to have a big round of applause for Nicolo, for Simona, Benjamin, Gislan, and Katarina. You can leave the microphones on the chairs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, the Commissioner shakes hands. Commissioner, you stick around for the second panel. You stay here for the second panel because, ladies and gentlemen, our second panel, inclusive and sustainable. And this is where we are going to talk about the challenges of the fisheries. Simona already mentioned it, but we're going to go deeper on that, and we're going to try and engage all the countries and all the voices. This we will do with René, Ines, Ava, Mark, and Stella. Give them a big round of applause. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hey. Hello. Hi, Mark. Hello. Hi. So, how are we feeling? Good. Good? Let's start, and I think it's Ines. Ines sitting there. I just want to mention that it's very nice what you're wearing.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah?
I made it myself.
I know, and that's why I mention it.
Sustainable, hashtag.
Yeah, because I heard it during the breakfast. I heard you saying, like, I made it myself. Are you a fashion designer?
No, I'm not, but that could be a good job I could do, yeah.
Could be, could be. Ines, if you just could present yourself, what is your background, and of course, why are you here?
So hi everyone, I'm Ines. I'm French and Tunisian, and I come from Nice in the south of France, which is the city that's going to host the UN Ocean Conference later this year. I work in ocean policy and marine conservation advocacy, and I'm here today to share my opinion, also to meet the Commissioner, of course, and it's a great pleasure to be here.
Okay, thank you very much. Next to you, we have Mark. Mark, same question for you. Where are you from? What's your background? And why are you here?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Maton. I'm from Ireland. I'm currently studying law. I specialize in human rights and particularly Indigenous peoples. I'm here today to give a different angle on the European Ocean Pact, particularly on the effect it has on coastal and indigenous civilizations in Europe. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next to you, we have Stella. Stella, same question. Yeah. Please explain.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having us here today. So my name is Stella, and I originally come from Greece, but at the moment I live in the UK, and specifically in London, where I moved 3.5 years ago to pursue my master's degree in human rights and politics at the London School of Economics. And I currently work as the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator at Goldsmiths, University of London. So as you understand, I don't really come from a scientific background, but I mostly specialize in women's rights, intersectional identities, and equality, diversity, and inclusion, which I believe are really connected to the topic that we're discussing today. And so I'm very excited to see the conversation running.
Okay, thank you very much. Next to you we have Ava. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Ava, and I'm from Finland originally, but right now I'm living and studying in the Netherlands. I'm currently studying global sustainability science, which is kind of a combination of environmental sciences and then governance. And I originally got into this because coming from Finland, I grew up by the Baltic Sea, and seeing the eutrophication, the ocean litter issues there, and how much it has worsened already in my lifetime, I really got into the sustainability field.
Okay, thank you very much. And next to you we have René. Good morning, René.
Hi, so I'm René Gaspar. I'm coming from Slovakia, and I'm currently studying in Czech Republic environmental studies. It's a social study, so I'm connected with, I'm also not a technical person in this case. And I'm here to represent mainly the view of the people from the landlocked countries, basically.
Okay, yeah, the landlocked countries, no connection with any oceans, but still the ocean has a huge impact on each and every one of us. The first question is about fisheries. Is that okay for everyone? Yes. Are there any fishermen, fisherwomen in the audience? People connected to the fisheries? Yes, of course, Simona. Yeah, that's clear. So you could join us, Simona, because you know a lot about this. So, fisheries, from overfishing and competing interests to biodiversity protection and maritime spatial planning, the world of the fisheries faces many challenges and opportunities. And I think that we already mentioned some of them in the previous panel. It's all about the planning of the ocean and who has the right to go where. It's absolutely huge. Now, how should the European Ocean Pact address these issues? The issues that I mentioned, biodiversity, spatial planning. What are your views on this? Who would like to take it away? I see two hands, but I think that Stella was the first to react. So Stella, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So one observation that I had is that sometimes the EU is often criticized for inaction. However, I think that this is not really the problem when it comes to the sector of fisheries. So for me, there are a lot of initiatives that are put in place by the EU. However, the real problem is that those initiatives do not reach the people that need them the most. So I've been doing some research and reading about the topic, and I've read an interview in The Guardian where the EU has allocated 12 billion euros through the European Fisheries, Maritime and Aquaculture Fund to support fishers around the EU in all member states. However, through this interview, I realized that this information didn't ever reach or quite reached some of the people that actually needed them. Most of them were not even aware of this fund, and when they tried to apply for this fund, they were not really able to finish the application because of the complexity. And we need to take into account that when it comes to applications like that, people that work in the sea are a very big number of them can be older as well, so they do not have the same capacity that younger people have, especially when it comes to technologies. And I would also like to add that for me as an EDI, I specialize in this sector. So what I see when it comes to the fisheries sector is that there are a lot of issues of accessibility. So sometimes the training might take place in bigger areas rather than coastal small towns or islands. I come from Greece, and I know that not all trainings actually take place in the islands that they are most needed. Or when it comes to languages, I know that the EU tries to accommodate for all languages of the member states. However, I believe that we should take into account that some people also speak in dialects around the EU. So I would say that my question to the Commissioner would be, how is the Ocean Pact planning to take into account diversity and inclusion, accessibility needs when it comes to training or funding? Is there any, planning when it comes to the complexity of applications for funding or for training to simplify those processes?
I think it's a very good question. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
So, first, let me thank you for your initial comments. I'm very pleased to hear that the efforts of the European Union are recognized, but at the same time, I agree with you that there are still challenges. One of these is the red burden, the bureaucracy, the complexity of the applications. And I would like to assure you that we are working on this issue. The whole European Commission is committed to proceed towards simplification. And I have already asked my colleagues at DG Mare to screen all their activities and their interactions with the sector, especially fisheries, in order to identify areas where we can be more simple and less complex, where we can reduce red tape and bureaucracy. I'm expecting to see this report, and we will work towards reducing bureaucracy and red tape, especially as far as the applications and as far as our relation with the local communities. And in the Ocean Pact, we will place a lot of emphasis on the support and on the sustainability of our coastal communities and cities.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that an answer to your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ines, you wanted to intervene also because you're from the south of France, close connection to the Mediterranean, of course, and the fisheries there. You can see them from close by. What did you want to say or ask?
I wanted to go back to the original question on the conflicts between maybe the fisheries world and marine biodiversity conservation. Because when I think when we talk about these two topics, brings up a lot of conflict contexts and also power relation problems. And I think that for this, the EU Ocean Pact really needs to prioritize well-designed marine protected areas that are in a network and also co-designed with local coastal communities from the beginning, because there's a big history of patterns of exclusion and of dispossession of local communities when we put in place these marine protected area plans under the banner of conservation or protection, and they don't end up fulfilling their objectives in the long term, and this is negative both for fishing communities and for conservationists. I think there's also good examples of international agreements that are successful to protect the ocean, some that maybe people from Central Europe don't talk about so much. For example, in the Arctic with the Central Arctic Oceans Fisheries Agreement, and in Antarctica with the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. And we've seen that by putting these extractive limits, we can actually protect fragile marine ecosystems and also, in a way, protect the relationship of local people to the sea, for example, in the Arctic. I think that any international agreement needs to take into account traditional knowledge and also the long-standing relationship of coastal people to the sea and its resources, and that actually the only way for us to succeed in the European Ocean Pact, if we really put the emphasis on connecting ocean health with the health and the well-being of people, and realizing that this is the only way to balance biodiversity goals with a just approach to fishing, realizing we're all interconnected to the sea.
Nice, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As mentioned in the previous panel, also it's this really clear connection with the ocean, even though some countries are like these interlocked countries, no connection there. How do you see that from your side? If you see like, okay, we're talking about the ocean, we're talking about preservation, we're talking about biodiversity. How connected are you, or is your country to the ocean, and what is the view of the people living there.
Yes, I think in this area it's quite connected because we are as well consumers in this case. So, and from this point, I would say that the importance is in the clear understanding of the consumers, what they are buying and how it was produced.
Yeah.
If it was produced sustainably or not.
I have a question there, and I'm always the devil's advocate. If it's sustainable, non-sustainable, if I'm not that connected to the ocean, like I said, devil's advocate, maybe I'm going to go for the cheapest.
Yes.
Yeah. And maybe that is not the sustainable one. So how do you see the young people? How do you see that if we talk about the fisheries and the challenges that they're facing, how do you see this information going through to the consumers that they are aware that what you buy has a huge impact?
Well, I would say that it's a consumer choice. So if somebody wants to go for the cheapest option, it's absolutely his choice or her choice. But the EU or the government is here to affect also these choices in the way that if we as a society agree that we should have some type of policies that protect nature, also the cheapest choice should still be at least somewhat sustainable.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. You would like to say something, Mark? I saw you jumping in your seat, so go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to say from an Irish perspective, just to answer the original question, we're a nation that's clearly an island. However, we don't partake in any fish cuisine, or we don't use fish often. And from a legal perspective, that there aren't Irish oceans or French oceans, it's the EU's ocean. That when it comes to challenges with fisheries, it's to prioritize the indigenous peoples of that area or coastal fishers as opposed to large-scale corporations or fisheries. I know from a big issue in Ireland, for example, is because we don't fish to on a corporative level. There's a lot of other countries that use our oceans, and that's completely in their right. However, with the European Ocean Pact, I think it's an important thing to prioritize, that the people that were traditionally the custodians of that, of the coast, of the sea, in those areas should have priority. And there are exclusive protected zones for however amount of nauticals away from the coastline. However, there are still issues that I believe needs to be addressed when it comes to fisheries, where EU member states are encroaching on that. For example, the German trawler that was in the south of Cork on the 15th of February, Greenpeace mentioned that it was one out of 20 most devastating fishery vessels. So it's very interesting that it was off the coast. And even non-EU member states that happen to find themselves testing things in our waters. It's a very interesting situation, but just to answer the question, I'd say it's very important that there is penalties or repercussions for encroaching on exclusive protected zones, and that there's perhaps a broader, or that it's increased how big these zones are.
Yeah, I'm just coming back to the Commissioner. Is that something that will be in the European Ocean Pact, like Mark says, this protection of these areas? Is that something that is feasible?
Definitely. First, let me thank the young people here for their really very interesting and valuable views. And I think that they are to the point. One of the main pillars of the Ocean Pact will be the international governance and our relations with non-European parts. It is very important to recognize that the challenges our ocean faces are not local. And we have to mirror our policies to the other parts of the world. This will be done through ocean governance. And through ocean governance, we aim to establish bilateral, trilateral, or multilateral agreements that will be enriched with the European Union policies, the sustainability policies that we adopt at European level. This will be the case in areas like the one that you just described. The global governance definitely is one of the areas of priority and will be highlighted in the Oceans Pact.
Yeah, you were mentioning penalties. Is that something that is also in the European Ocean Pact?
In international agreements, if they are legally binding, there are certain provisions like penalties or similar provisions. So, yes, it is within the framework of ocean governance we can achieve agreements that will provide for penalties in case that a party of the agreement does not follow what is in the agreement.
Yeah. Answer to your question, Mark?
Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely. You are being reassured. There you go. Ava, how is the situation in Finland? Because Finland and fisheries, of course, there is a huge connection. How do you see this in your country, where we talk about the challenges that the fishermen and fisherwomen are facing?
Yeah, currently in the Baltic Sea, as many may know, there's a lot of issues with eutrophications and other environmental issues as such, and has very much impacted like what fishes we have, like what species we have, what like the amount of species we have, and currently the fishermen, they're trying to fish these not so popular species and then make them more popular with the consumers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and how do you see it for yourself if you look at the future? Is there something that you would like to change, that you would like to put into the European Ocean Pact to make life easier for the fishermen?
Yeah, maybe my question to the commissioner here is that, especially in Scandinavia and Nordic countries, the issue is the warming waters, especially if we go to the coast of Norway. Have you considered these other alternatives, such as like RAS, which is kind of on-land fisheries and fish farms, to be a part of the pact as a sustainable alternative?
Yes, that could be a solution. Of course, especially in the Baltic Sea, we have a very good example about where environmental degradation leads and what are the impacts on the fishers, the impacts of environmental degradation to the fishers. In the Baltic Seas, we had a very wealthy ecosystems and a very productive ecosystem, and now most of the fishing stocks have collapsed due to environmental degradation. We have eutrophication, climate change, change in salinity, unexploded munitions in the sea, overfishing. So in order to promote recovery in certain cases, in these cases, we have to adopt a holistic approach that will address all these challenges. And this is the concept of the Ocean Pact, to address the problems like this in a holistic way. And that's why I'm visiting soon the area with my colleague, the Commissioner for Environment. We will meet with the ministers of the countries around the Baltic Sea in order to find the most appropriate way towards recovery. Recovery will be gradual and very late. We know that the scientists are very clear on that, but we have to act now, and we have to act in a holistic way, and this is our intention. We will visit the area and decide more measures. There are some measures now in place, but we will implement more measures in a holistic way in order to face the very complex situation in the Baltic Sea.
Okay. Answer to your question, Ava?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the second part. Short, because they already indicated me that we should speed up a little bit. Engagement of all countries and voices, and I think that is also something that we mentioned in the previous panel. How can we get everyone on board? How can we get everyone of the EU countries involved in the issues related to both marine and freshwater ecosystems? And also, then I'm looking at the countries that are landlocked. How can we reach everyone? What are your ideas on that? René, I'm going to start with you.
Yes, I think that the one thing that the European Union can do very easily is the access to the information. I think they are already doing quite a lot of work in this area, but for sure the visualization of data. Like, for example, when somebody from the landlocked country is planning the vacation, he's usually planning the vacation to the sea, and it should be easy for him to find where is the sea's safe and where the bath water is clean. And this should not be hard to achieve, in my opinion.
Yeah, so make data accessible. Ava, for you, how can we get everyone on board and motivated to do something about the health of the ocean?
Well, firstly, I think it's very important to kind of emphasize the linkage between freshwater and marine ecosystems. So you don't have to be close to the sea to affect it. And because 80% of marine litter actually comes from land. Yeah. So I feel it's very important to emphasize this to also the landlocked countries. And on top of this, on local levels, what has been very good in Finland is these youth councils, where young people elect one another to become to be in these municipality councils where they can take part in the political discussion. They can make initiatives and talk with the politicians and kind of give their opinions on the matter.
Okay. One of the things that I learned as a child, and this is my education, is that when there's a drain in the street, then my parents always told me this is where the ocean starts. This is where the sea starts. So if you drop something in there, then it will end up somewhere. So don't litter, don't throw plastic away. So Stella, how can we get everyone on board?
I would say that, because I've seen that we covered quite a lot, I would say that something that is missing for me is bridging the gap between actions and citizens. So why don't we utilize media? So I think media representation of different initiatives that are working in the EU or different groups of people that are very important when it comes to ocean literacy, I would say that this is a key aspect of the issue. We need to utilize media in order to bridge the gap between citizens and the initiatives that are taking place around the EU.
Yeah, Mark, your side, your view on things. How can we make people enthusiastic about what we are talking about here, about the European Ocean Pact?
Well, I definitely emphasize what I said previously about prioritizing small-scale fishers. One thing I would say, just to build off what Stella was saying, is it's really commendable that there was an open forum where people could give their advice on what they think the European Ocean Pact could look like. My advice would be to keep that open after it's been finalized, so that we can see the effects and get people's feedback even then to see how successful it is for future projects. Another thing that I would suggest is to introduce a mandate that a certain number of member states their produce should originate from the coastal fisheries, indigenous fisheries, so that no matter what, they're being protected, they're being taken care of, and that they won't be overshadowed by corporations, be it from their members, from that member state or other member states.
Yeah.
That's what I suggest.
Okay, thank you very much. Ines?
I think that people need to start realizing that the ocean is the common heritage of all of humankind, because we may be living in countries which are lines on a map, but the ocean affects us all. It's actually the fact that it's the common heritage of all of humankind is written in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. It relates to the seabed, but when we think of ourselves, we're mostly made up of water. The ocean is the biggest part of Earth, and the cycle of water connects us all through this. And relating to countries maybe who are not coastal countries, and as your example you were talking about, when we pollute our waterways with chemicals, when we throw plastic into our waterways, this releases eternal pollutants that of course connect to the ocean, but they also come back to us, so it affects our own health, our own problems, etc., the health of all living beings on the planet. And I think this is something people need to start connecting with to realize everything is interconnected. Maybe this is a more spiritual aspect, but
It's what the commissioner said.
Yes,
it's this
exactly,
holistic approach, exactly, that everything is connected, and I think that you have a point there, and that we just cannot deny that this huge surface of water is of such importance to all of us and to all our lives, that if something would go wrong with that, that the impact would be huge and not really handleable. So thank you very much for your input, and I would like to have a huge round of applause for René, Ines, Ava, Mark, and Stella. You can leave the microphones here. And you can go and shake hands, of course. Don't be shy. There you go. Yeah, dear Commissioner, we have a panel marathon. Are you ready for the third one? Yes. Of course. Now, we keep on going. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the third panel? Well, that was a bit more, come on. Ready for the third panel, eh? There we go. Third and last panel of this morning, Future Proof. We're going to have on stage Urte, Joan, Nelly, Cruz, and Stella. Give them a big round of applause. Could you just switch one seat so then everyone can see you much better? There you go. There you go. Cruz, how are you doing?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
Really relaxed. I like that. Could you just introduce yourself to the audience? Who are you? What is your background? And why are you here?
So hi, I'm Cruz Glinker, and the reason that I'm here is because I'm interested in how to engage the youth. I work with the European Commission, national youth agencies, and different NGOs where I support advising them to the direction of youth strategy and the youth goals. So the reason that I'm here today is because I'm particularly interested in how to engage the youth on ocean issues. I also have a project that's called Opportunities and Sustainabilities, where we promote opportunities that are sustainable options that engage youth in these issues that they clearly are interested in. So that's the primary reason why I'm here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Where are you from, actually?
So I'm Polish, but I'm also based in the UK, where I'm currently studying an executive master's in public administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Next to you, we have Joan. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Okay, same question for you. Where are you from? What is your background? And why are you here?
So, hello, I'm Joan. I'm from Barcelona. I study artificial intelligence, and I focus on research, specifically applying artificial intelligence in biology and genetics.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here because I want to see how AI can be applied to tackle problems such as climate change, especially in the oceans. I think it can have a huge impact in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. And next to you we have...
Nelly.
Hello, Nelly. Good morning.
Good morning.
Same question for you.
Yeah, so hello. I'm originally from Czechia, so landlocked country. And although I have social science background and background in law, I try to interconnect the hard science, so scientific and soft science. So I try to advocate for ocean protection. And also I believe in kind of local governments. So that's why I like emphasis on civic learning experience and collecting data to bring it on the global level. So yeah, that's why I'm coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Next to you we have Urte.
Yes, so I'm Urte. I'm from Lithuania, but currently I live in Canary Islands, Tenerife, finishing my master's degree there. So actually now I'm a marine biotechnologist. I'm exploring the potential of active marine compounds and their application for future products. So, and I'm here like to highlight the key importance of science and innovation as like a driver for blue economy.
Okay, thank you very much. And doing your master's degree in Tenerife, there are worse things in the world, eh? Huh? It's true, it's true. Have you already visited the huge volcano in the middle?
Teide, not yet,
Not yet.
but on my list.
You should do it. You should rent a scooter and go up, but take a warm sweater with you because when you go, it gets really cold. Stella, how are you doing?
Hello, it's working. We established this. I would also like to thank Commissioner Kadis for having us here and you for coordinating this wonderful discussion. So I'm Stella. I come also from the island of Cyprus.
Okay.
And I have a biology/biotechnology background, but now I'm a PhD candidate in environmental engineering in the United Kingdom as well. So my research focuses on environmental pollution through wastewater, and since water is an interconnected entity, I wanted to be here to discuss these matters. Mainly because I think that safeguarding access to clean water is a privilege that, as you said, we inherited and we need to pass to the next generation.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. And so you can talk to the commissioner in your own language if you want, of course. So I have this. I have a question here on my little card. It's about the blue careers and generational renewal. Like you said, we are passing on the ocean to the next generation. That means that people need to be interested in what we call the blue economy and the fishery industry. Now, my question for you, the youth, you are interested in these domains, of course. You are already working in these domains, but how can we make the blue economy and the fishery industry more attractive to other people? How can we really pull them in? What is your view on things? Who would like to take it away? Yeah, Cruz, go ahead.
I'm happy to start on this topic. So firstly, I think one of the key ways that we can improve engagement in young people is one with the promotion of it. So actively promoting it and showing why it's an interesting industry to get involved. It was quite interesting to see, just going through the room in the last prompt, that no one was engaged in the fisheries in this room. So that just highlights that something is going incredibly wrong there.
Yeah.
And then also, I think one thing that's really just important is the pay. So when you look at fishery communities around the EU, but more globally, a lot of them are quite devastated and quite impoverished. So it's a very hard sell to attract young people to those industries, especially as we're continually being urbanized and encouraged to go to cities. So that is something that I would kind of push for to make sure that they're compensated and better promoted.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very nice and a very firm opinion on that. Anyone else who would like to intervene?
Maybe I could add that innovation is needed because now we can, for example, associate aquaculture farms as like really harsh environments. But like in reality, like the modern aquaculture farms or like RAS systems, they can be really advanced. You can see people wearing lab coats and it's completely different view that we have from before. So maybe I would say it's like innovation and high-tech implementation.
Okay, and make it in that domain more attractive to, it's not that ancient industry, it's not that old style thing, it's new, with like Joan said, you are interested in AI, so AI is connected. Stella, any views on things here?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that, of course, I agree, because I think we view this industry as a low-paying, heavy jobs, mainly as the younger generation. But I really believe that in order to make it attractive, we need to first make it known to the young people. So what was mentioned before about the educational system is important. And actually a question to Commissioner is, I came across a project that is called Blue Generation, and it's also funded by the EU. And I was wondering if the Ocean Pact could facilitate the scaling up of these or similar projects through financial assistance or other incentives.
Yes. First, let me tell you that the generational renewal is one of the biggest challenges in the fisheries sector, and fisheries and aquaculture sector, and in general in the blue economy, I would say. The development of sustainable blue economy will be one of the main pillars of the Ocean Pact. And in this context, developing skills and developing strategies to attract young people based on recommendations that the ones that we hear today from the young people will be definitely a priority.
Okay. Answer to your question, Stella?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. What I was wondering, you all have a connection with the ocean, yeah? Why did you choose that study? Why did you, where does that interest come from?
Yeah, so for me, it was actually recently, because previously I studied high school and my previous education in Czechia, but I didn't have the direct connection. But then I moved for my higher education to France, and I studied in near Normandy, so along the coast. So there I kind of built up my interest about the ocean. And I believe that I would like to, or it's also my question to the commissioner, I would like to try to promote the connection between ocean and landlocked countries, because for me it was due to the presence near the ocean, but being still back in Czechia, I don't believe that I would have this interest, or this interest would have developed. So yeah, what's your kind of suggestion or for the Ocean Pact, for especially the countries, and how potentially AI or digital kind of material can advance this?
Yeah, good question. We already mentioned before the landlocked countries, well, their connection, of course, is not there with the ocean. The fact that you were in connection with an ocean, that sparked something. How can we spark this in these different countries? How can we spark their interest and also maybe guide them towards blue careers?
Yes, again, it's a matter of awareness, I believe. Definitely the educational system has a role to play in this direction. In these countries, we have to see what are the indirect impacts of a bad situation of the ocean to these countries. Because this way, I think that awareness will be promoted in a more efficient way. I mean, if the people feel that a bad situation in the ocean also affect these countries, I think that the messages will be more easily transferred to the people of these countries.
Yeah, absolutely. So clear communication, access to information, access to data, and of course being aware that if there might be an impact, that it's a global, it's really a global impact. It's the European Union, but also the whole world. Now, if we look at the future, because you're here, of course, because we want to look at the future, we want to look at next generations and also new technologies, and that is all about research and innovation. What do you think, what technologies would we use to preserve the ocean resources and to use the ocean resources, let's say for the coming 10 years? What would you have in mind? Joanne, do you have an idea about this? I see you already, I see this twinkle in your eye, like, oh yes, we're talking about the future.
I mean, as I said, I have an artificial intelligence background.
Yeah.
And I think people are starting to get to know artificial intelligence is here and it's here to stay. And as of now, we've only seen like the first things about it, like large language models, as ChatGPT everyone is using nowadays. But it can also be applied, surprisingly, to oceans or to climate change. And what I personally believe that it's going to be the new technologies that are going to be applied in the oceans are such as digital twins, that it's having a digital copy of the whole ocean, that if computation allows us to, we're going to be seeing how everything is going to develop. We can make predictions and be reliable predictions, and they're going to be very useful in that sense.
Okay, I have a question there, Joan, because as you know, I'm from a different generation. I also know AI, but for me it's just a big mystery. The thing is that if you want to build this digital twin, do you have enough data to put into the model? Because we were talking about data and about knowledge in the previous panels. It depends on the data that you put in, and then you can get the right result. Where are you going to collect all the data?
Of course, data collection has a big and a huge impact nowadays. And I think in order to achieve, to have a huge amount of data to build these models, like not only Europe has to collaborate, but also all around the world, institutions should collaborate with them in order to build a big data set of information of everything in the ocean, so you can build those models afterwards. And that's essential, collaboration between institutions in order to get this data. And also there's a new trending thing that is synthetic data. So you build new data from the data you already have.
Yeah.
So your final model is going to be built from synthetic and real data. So you don't need as much as real data as you would think.
Okay, so then the model just fills it in for itself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, nice. What is your view on things, Cruz? The coming 10 years, what can we do? What new technologies do you see that can help us preserve the ocean and make it possible to hand it over to next generations?
Hi. That's a great question.
Thank you.
So one of the things that I think is really hopeful, and looking at the EU, is that for the current Horizon Europe, one of the missions, the third mission, is restore our oceans and water by 2030. And the fact that this is one of our third missions says something of importance in Europe and the right direction in terms of innovation, because this is what's going to facilitate the changes that we need. In this space, in terms of innovation, I would actually like to go to some of the challenges in terms of technological changes. And one of the things that I think is a challenge is, particularly in the deep sea mining space, which is a new kind of innovative space where people are looking at critical minerals. And this really ties to some other EU policies, particularly in the energy space, where we're looking at trying to obtain minerals such as cobalt, nickel, all of these minerals are essential for the energy transition. And currently, there's a lot of a race to see who can get the minerals. And I'm concerned that the impacts that this may have on the oceans in terms of marine life, and it's quite unknown what this is going to be for the future, but we're certain that it's going to be a growing field as people race for those minerals.
Yeah, I see the commissioner reacting. Exactly. So there's a lot still to get out of the oceans.
A debatable issue, the deep sea mining. The position of the European Union is very clear. Yeah. We hold the precautionary approach, and what is the clear position of the European Commission is that if we are not sure about the impact that such an activity will have on the ocean, then we will not allow such activities. And it is very important the knowledge gap about deep sea to be covered first in order to start thinking of such an activity.
So just on that point, I'm very curious about how the DGs will balance the priorities between Europe needing the minerals to facilitate the green sand transition against also Europe wanting to have a commitment to the oceans and the protections. Because as we see, there's a big race for minerals across the world. And as we push more to that, how do we balance that between the ocean priorities and the energy priorities, and which one does finally get prioritized?
Yes, here is where ocean governance comes, is what I mentioned before, that we need to build alliances, to need to mirror our policies to the rest of the world, so that they are meaningful and they are impactful. And that's what we are trying to do in international fora, like the United Nations Ocean Conference that will be held in Nice next June, or through bilateral, multilateral agreements. We are trying to promote the same approach for other countries and for other parts of the world.
Answer to your question, Cruz?
Yes.
Okay, luckily. Question to the other members of the panel. If we look at the future, what might technologies be, according to you, that might help us preserve the ocean, get more data, to get more knowledge? Stella, do you have an idea on that?
Actually, I have a lot of things I want to discuss now, but I need to pick something. Can I say something about the AI first and then ask
You can
something?
do whatever you want,
Okay.
Stella.
I just wanted, because I agree with Joan, I'm not in the AI research, but we all use AI and we intend to use it in our research as well. So what I wanted to say is that during my PhD, I collaborated with a lot of NGOs that are doing incredible job in water quality, especially in rivers in the UK. And they are very passionate people. I didn't expect to see just normal people that have no relation to research acting and water testing, water sampling. So when I presented to them, sorry, the impact of their testing as a researcher, they were mesmerized, like they were very happy. So I was wondering, is this an approach for public engagement to sort of involve the public in research? For example, providing data for AI models, maybe?
Nice question.
Yeah.
Can we use, let's say, the general public to collect data to put into the model, let's say, for your digital twin? Would that be possible?
Because these data are not having the quality of the research data, but they can, I guess they can be used.
I have to partially agree here, because, like, as some of you could know, like, data has some biases sometimes, and we have to be very careful about data collection because we can introduce racial or different kind of biases here. And normally what is done here is try to make impersonal data, such as removing like names and locations, and to make it impersonal, and try to remove the bias, because if not, your model it's also going to be biased, and it's going to be biased opinions and biased decisions. So we have to be very careful here. Okay. And regarding this question, I want to ask the commissioner, like regarding AI, is there a plan of like funding or like creating models towards the ocean, and yeah, what's the plan here?
Yes, I will answer with your words. We have to be very careful when we implement such approaches. But again, what I can say in a more general way is that promoting innovation, new technologies, also through AI, and scaling up new technologies in order to enter the market will be one of the main priorities of the Ocean Pact. And any activity that will contribute towards this direction will be more than welcome.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Urte or Nelly, what do you see as new technologies? You as the young people, how can new technology, AI or anything else, help us to get more knowledge, preserve the ocean, and keep it in good condition? What do you think? Hola. Yep, just change.
I believe that in a context of environmental part, monitoring systems probably be most important to track the fish stocks, in general currents, and the changes, and also like with the implementation with AI to make the calculations. So I believe, yeah, monitoring systems basically.
Yeah, all right. Nelly, for you?
More or less I agree, but also I feel that even social media can be kind of powerful tool to kind of combine some digital proof or evidence from kind of climate change events or changes. So we should also take it into account. Obviously, it could be biased, but it's I think, really powerful tool for that future as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. If we look at that research and innovation, everything that is connected to the European Ocean Pact, if I could let you dream, because you're still very young, Cruz, how old are you?
I'm 30. I'm not that young. I'm on the
He's not that young.
I'm on the other end of the young.
Come on.
Relatively.
You're 30 years old. Your life is in front of you. Everything is still possible. You know that I changed my life completely at 31. So go figure what could happen. Now, let's dream big. Cruz, we're going to dream big. Let's say that we project ourselves 10 years from now. How do you see the future? What would be your ideal situation if we project it to 2030 or even further?
So actually, I had a really interesting conversation with someone earlier from the young people, and they were talking about CEU, and I thought, wow, this is a really great initiative. I know I'm more familiar with other programs that the EU does. Like, they do a really good job of funding lots of young initiatives, even having these dialogue. But what was quite surprising was that only 9 countries were actually engaged in CEU, and it was this great initiative which connects the university, provides funding, and gets people interested into these fields. And so my kind of hope is that in the future, we have a lot more countries engaged, because this was only focused on the coastal countries and only a select number of those coastal countries. And as we heard from someone earlier who was from Slovakia, how can you not access that talent that may be elsewhere that's not just in those coastal towns? How can we get those atypical backgrounds into the room, into those industries? Because the more diversity we have in those spaces, the better achievements we can achieve.
Yeah, I think the example is sitting right there. If we look at Nelly, you didn't have any connection with the ocean. You went to Normandy, and there all of a sudden, boom, it happened. If I could let you dream big, what would be your ideal future?
Yeah, for me, I would like to unite Europe, even in terms of the ocean climate pact, because sometimes, as was mentioned, Gru said, like, it's always just the countries along the coastline, but if we think about Europe, unify Europe, it's also the landlocked country, east, west, north, south. So I would like to highlight probably like ocean literacy would be a good startup. Using the AI, some digital vision we saw, even today, the introduction, it was a perfect example to transfer the ocean, the coastline, the feeling into the class, into the hall, so that everyone has access and equal chances to be in touch with the ocean and probably even work there in the future. Yeah. So, yeah.
What was the thing that struck you the most when you were in Normandy, and what made you decide?
Especially the pollution, but also I saw the rising sea level, so I immediately realized that this would be a huge problem, especially for the coastline countries. Migration and all these kind of issues are kind of social sciences issues, and then I realized that the connection between science and hard science and social science are so tight that we shouldn't be like work separately, but work together and find a solution together for everyone. So I think everyone can bring something on the board, and yeah, that's kind of potential perspective solution.
Yeah, thank you very much. Stella, you are, of course, from, we're going to give you the microphone, there you go, from Cyprus, which is, of course, surrounded by the ocean. Your view on the future, your ideal situation, your dream, go ahead.
Of the future of Cyprus? No, I'm kidding.
The future, also, but the future of the ocean. How would you see it if I gave you, like, let's say, almost magic powers? What would be for you the dream come true?
I think it's two things mainly. One is that I would like to see the ocean and generally the environmental matters being more part of a pop culture, that we say that young people, even teenagers, are engaging through everyday activities and understand the issues. And also to see, as a biotechnologist, even these controversial technologies that, as a commissioner said, they are taken with a precaution from the EU now to be developed as much as needed so that when we need them, we can use them immediately.
Yeah.
Because there are more than the minerals. There is a carbon capture opportunities, but they are all controversial still. So, yeah.
Yeah. So make the ocean cool. Sorry? Make the ocean cool. Make it cool for young people.
Sort of.
Yeah, yeah. That
I mean, it is
Yeah.
important, actually, because we are the generation of social media, of gaming. So if the ocean enters this world, it could have an impact to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Urte, your ideal situation, your dream for the future?
Maybe for me, like, I think that we should take into account marine biotechnology as part of our future. And like the innovation in that field, especially in development of future products in pharmaceuticals, bio-based materials, food technologies. And actually I believe that young people have many ideas that can maybe help us to bring the balance between economic growth and sustainability, but maybe more collaboration and more talking is needed to bring them into reality.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Joanne, you have almost built your digital twin, doing tests on that, doing the different prognosis. What would be your dream come true?
Well, so as my colleague said, an ocean where people know about it will be great. And also, like, applying, as I said before, like technologists in order to tackle these challenges we have nowadays, such as global warming and pollution of the oceans. And especially, like, as some of the other panels before discussed, like the plastics and the microplastics that are starting to be everywhere, and even in the deep sea.
Yep.
So maybe focus on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your input. I would like to thank you for your enthusiasm. Give a big round of applause for Urte, Joan, Nelly, Cruz, and Stella. You can stay here. They will stay here because all the other panel members will now come on stage. Please come on stage, dear panel members, because we're going to make this beautiful class picture, of course, with all these youngsters and then with the commissioner, of course. And you can give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for their input and enthusiasm. I don't know if they will fit in one frame. Just maybe make 2 rows like we do for the football team. Yeah. Like the big ones in the back and the smaller ones in front. There we go. Come on. Yeah. Move closer. There we go. Yeah, I think we have some space. Mark, you can join us here, of course. There we go, as long as we don't block the commissioner. And then, there we go. Is that a nice view? Yeah, is that okay? And then we smile for the picture. Yeah, your hair is looking nice, everyone. Looking good. And then the photographer can give us a signal if all the pictures have been taken. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our future. Give them a huge round of applause. I would like to thank the panelists, of course, because it's not really easy to come on stage being confronted with this crowd and having these difficult questions. I would like to thank the Commissioner. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for being here, for being subject to all these questions. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said at the start of this event, there's a lot more coming your way, because right now at 12 sharp, it will be the opening of the art exhibition. Participants who have signed up and received confirmation can attend also parallel workshops. And then we are also inviting you to network at the Ocean Literacy Island in room 8 upstairs. Visit the ocean-themed art exhibition featuring 4 artworks curated and organized in collaboration with the JRC in rooms 3 and 6, and enjoy more ocean sounds, of course, in room number 1 with the wonderful musician that you saw here in the opening. And then lunch will be at 1, and in the afternoon we meet again here for 3 separate sessions, one at 2 o'clock, 2:45, and at 4. Ladies and gentlemen, make it an inspiring day, make it an inspiring week, and I wish you all the best. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're ready to start again. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the morning sessions and that you had a chance to recharge and connect with each other over lunch. My name is Lavinia Giulia Pomarico. I'm a science policy advisor at JPI Oceans here in Brussels, and it is my great pleasure to guide us through the rest of the afternoon and today's program. So I don't know about you, but I am feeling very inspired by everything we've heard so far and that we've discussed so far. There were so many ideas and so many good recommendations from our colleagues this morning in conversation with the Commissioner. And actually, we have a lovely illustrator with us, and she was working away this morning capturing some of the key messages from the dialogue with the Commissioner. So have a look while we start. Bianca, amazing job. Thank you so much. And then we had so many bright, incredible initiatives showcased this morning at the workshops, at the exhibition. So let me start just with thanking all of you with this great energy that you're bringing to today's discussion and event so far. And let's keep that going as we dive into our next 3 thematic sessions for the afternoon with a wonderful set of speakers that will join me on stage very soon. So in our first thematic session, we will explore how we can ensure the necessary capacity and skills for a sustainable blue workforce moving forward, starting from blue education to the industry needs, and the support that we need to foster and develop blue careers for the next generation. To set the stage for this discussion, I am very pleased to welcome our first keynote speaker to the stage. Manuela Geleng is a Director for Jobs and Skills at DG Employment at the European Commission. Manuela, warm welcome to you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm actually very honored to be here today with you in this edition of the Ocean Days. And I must say that the topic of skills features not just high on your event agenda, or perhaps it features high on your agenda because it's actually very high on the agenda of the Commission as well, because as you may know, or you will see certainly on Wednesday, the Commission will adopt an initiative which is called Union of Skills. And this will actually set the framework for the next 5 years for skills development, skills implementation, and so on. So why are skills nowadays so important? Well, they are crucial for Europe's competitiveness. I think this is the angle through which we can be competitive. A few weeks ago, there was an important document also from the Commission that sets out the vision for the next 5 years, which is called Competitiveness Compass. And it has put there, you will see, it's all about economy, competitiveness, innovation capacity, technologies, but it has put skills as a key enabler for Europe's capacity to be innovative and competitive. So what will this Union of Skills be about? It will be about looking at all the level of, so I can see you now. It will be looking at all types of skills, all levels of skills, at how we can foster them from the youngest age throughout life via upskilling and reskilling. And I'm very happy to see that many of you in the audience are young, or very young, at least to me. And I think I would like just to debunk the myth immediately that, oof, I finished the studies, now I'm done. No, I think the idea here is that we have to move to a mindset where we continue to learn through our working life. But the Union of Skills will also be looking at the fact that however we acquired our skills, wherever we acquired our skills, they should be valued and recognized when we move, for instance, from one country to another. And also that we need to look at how best to activate the skills, how can we retain those skills, and how can we attract talent from outside the Union. Now, why are skills so crucial? If we look at Europe's labor market, we see that there are many shortages of labor and also skills mismatches. For instance, there are 27 occupations across the Union where there are shortages at least in 5 member states. Companies report to us that they cannot invest because they don't find the people with the right skills. And some sectors, like the sector, the policy area we are discussing today, are also facing a strong demographic change, with the older generation leaving the labor market and not enough young people being able to fill these gaps. However, we have also another problem. We have 1 out of 5 adults that don't have the basic skills. So basic skills, I mean basic mathematics skills, literacy skills, problem-solving skills. These are, if I say 1 out of 5, that means 47 million people in the European Union. There are 18 million young people that leave the education that do not have sufficient basic skills. And this is clearly not something that we can afford, not as for any individual, not as a society, and not as an economy. And this also is reflected in the digital skills. If we look at digital skills, only 56% of those aged 16 to 74 have basic digital skills. But we all know that basically nowadays all the jobs have a digital component. And this is why next to the Union of Skills there will be 2 important other documents. One will be an action plan on basic skills, and one on action plan on STEM, which is science, the acronym for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because these are the skills that are really important for the future. And it's true that despite these figures, we have the best education generations ever. However, we also see that when it comes to jobs, young people have additional challenges. And we see this at the unemployment figures. We have shortages, we have low unemployment, but if we look at the part of youth unemployment, is almost double the unemployment rate overall. So that means that young people, we need to do more for integrating young people into the labor market. And you have certainly heard about several initiatives that we have already ongoing since over 10 years. One is the Youth Guarantee, which is the fact that every young people should receive an offer of education, training, or employment if they are not in education or training. And 50 million actually have received such an offer. Very often, member states have co-funded through European funding, namely the European Social Fund. And we have also been working with companies so that they make pledges for apprenticeships. You know that apprenticeships are very important because it's a form of work-based learning that actually allows to be much closer to the needs of the companies and of the labor market. And indeed, I think, let me say just one word on vocational education and training, because if we look at the jobs that are in shortage nowadays, 2/3 of them are vocational in nature. So if I say of these 27 occupations, probably 2/3 are vocational, and of the 5 top professions that are most looked after in Europe, 4 of them are vocational. So we also have, and maybe some of you have been involved in the Pact for Skills, which is the last initiative I would like to mention. Pact for Skills is a set of large-scale partnerships that bring together all the actors, companies, training providers, social partners, public authorities, to upskill and reskill the workforce. And there is, for instance, one such large-scale partnership. One is on maritime technology. They have actually pledged to train 200,000 people in green, digital, and technical skills. There is another one on in offshore energy, renewable energy production. And who knows, in future there might be more in the sectors, in the policy area we are discussing today. We also facilitate academies, which are not buildings as such, they are not brick and mortar academies, but they are ways to help the development of curricula, of technical, of profiles for jobs, because the jobs change so fast that sometimes it's difficult to ensure that the education system has the right profile, the right training available. So why not allow this, bring all our forces together at European level, and then training providers, member states are obviously free to use what has been developed, but I think this can speed up the knowledge and the knowledge sharing. So I just wanted to show you that the blue economy is very much involved already in the upskilling and reskilling. And I actually wanted to invite you actively to be part of the Union of Skills initiative, because my main message is that we need to work together at all levels. We need to join our forces, because everyone has to bring their contribution to the upskilling and reskilling, so that we all can feel empowered in mastering the change that are coming up on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuela, for setting the stage for this discussion. And yes, please take a seat and stay with us for the panel discussion. I will now ask our speakers to join us for this panel on skills for the next generation of ocean professionals. First up is Philip Easthill, Secretary General at the European Boating Industry and a partner in the Next Blue Generation project funded by the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. Philip, welcome. Round of applause, please, for Philip. Yes, wherever you like. Perfect. Next up is Valentina Lovat. Valentina is Associate Program Specialist on Ocean Literacy at IOC UNESCO. Welcome, Valentina. Nice to see you again. We'll also be joined by Alessandro Pititto. Alessandro is Director at COGEA and the coordinator of the study on blue skills, commissioned by DG Mare. Welcome, Alessandro. And last but not least, we have Rose Zwart. Rose is course leader at Pro-Sea Marine Education and partner is in another MFAF-funded project called Turning Blue. Welcome, Rose, and yes, please join me here. So I'm going to dive right in, and I'm going to start with you, Alessandro, with a question, because I know that you're currently leading this DG Mare Commission study assessing the current skills in the EU's blue economy. Could you share the scope and objectives and current progress of this study? Do I have a microphone? Oh, I'm sorry. There should be some here.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, we are currently working on this study funded by the MFAF, and a study that we are doing for CINEA and DG Mare. And it's a study on blue skills that has multiple objectives, I would say. As you may be aware of, over the past few years, there's been a lot of work on blue skills. so much work that at some point one needs to make sense of all the work that has been done to sort of take stock of progress, of challenges, etc., etc., etc. So I would say that this is one of the main goals of the study. For example, we carried out a literature review, meaning that we scanned papers on peer-reviewed journals, but also reports from consultants, projects, whatever has been published on the subject, and we extracted main conclusions for a huge number of documents, I would say. We also mapped all projects funded by the European Union on blue skills, which includes project funded, for example, by the EMFF, the MFAF, Horizon, and of course Erasmus. Lots of projects funded from Erasmus. Another objective, key objective of this study is to agree on a common definition of blue skills. That is also very important because we have several organizations and projects that have defined blue skills. We sort of need a common definition that takes stock of all the different strands and challenges and nuances that we have. And ultimately, last but not least, the core objective of this study, the core deliverable, is to develop a competency framework, which means you may be familiar with similar initiatives such as the Green Comp, for example, for workers in the green economy, or the Dig Comp for digital skills. It's something like that, but for the blue economy. And it's just a framework. You may understand that the blue economy is quite complex. There are so many sectors unrelated with each other. Well, not unrelated because they share many commonalities, but they're very different from each other. So we just need a sort of a overarching framework with the main basic skills and above all competencies. This is also something that we may touch upon later on. We've been talking about blue skills, and we all know what blue skills are more or less, but in fact, one of the findings from this study is that we often refer to skills, but we are probably talking of competencies. Skills are something that are quite specific, abilities that you learn on the job that you need to perform a specific job. Of course, we're not gonna get into that level of detail because the blue economy is so vast. We just need a competency framework. So we need to understand what are the basic competencies for workers in the blue economy. And I'd say we're a bit more than halfway through the study. The contract is expected to end in June, so the Blue Comp will be available around then. But already now, you can visit the Maritime Forum, DG Mare's Maritime Forum. There's a community on ocean literacy and blue skills, and there's a page that links to the study, and you can read the preliminary outputs that are the literature review report and a survey report as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Alessandro. And I wanted to come to you first to give a little bit of the context around blue skills. That is the topic that we're discussing here. Because actually, we do have a Slido question for the audience. And I would like to ask the technical team to bring that up on the stage, if that's possible, on the screen. Yes. So if you could all pull out your phones and just, in one word, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Could you go to the one for this session, please? Should be 2 backwards, I think. That's okay if we don't manage to get it now, we can go back to it later. And I think we might do that. Okay, so never mind, please forget what I said. We'll go back to our panel. And I would like to further build on this by turning to you, Valentina. So, Valentina, ocean literacy plays a key role in shaping skills for future blue careers. And in your job at IOC UNESCO, you lead global initiatives to promote ocean literacy with a strong emphasis on empowering youth and early career ocean professionals. Could you tell us about how these initiatives improve general ocean knowledge and make careers in the sustainable blue economy more appealing, particularly for young people?
Yes, for sure. So working at the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, one of our key actions is capacity building and capacity development all over the world. So, and youth is one of our priority areas. So we collaborate with the International Network of Youth, in particular with the Early Career Ocean Professional Network, which is the officially endorsed program from the UN Ocean Decade. And we also collaborate with the European Commission, DG Mare, as part of the European Ocean Coalition with the Youth for Ocean Forum and the Young Ocean Ambassadors. Within all this framework, we drive actions to be able to engage and empower youth in taking the lead and developing the skills, the knowledge, and the capacity to drive a meaningful change on how we work on ocean science. By collaborating with them, we assess and we are aware of the needs that youth have from all over the world and from the different regions. And in particular, there is a huge need of transdisciplinarity. Because youth is really empowered and willing to have a role in shaping the future. However, this role and the skills that they acquire at university or academic level are not enough for the job market and are not enough for empowering them in developing new initiatives or leading new initiatives or being part or feeling part of a wider community. So what we do at IUS UNESCO, for example, one of the main projects that we have is a summer school. It's called Youth for Ocean Summer School on Ocean Literacy and Collaboration. And I stress these two words because ocean literacy is on one side because we want to empower youth and also make youth aware about the existence of ocean literacy. That is something that you can apply no matter which is your background. And on this other side, we really highlight the collaboration part because you need to, if you want to achieve the objectives foreseen by the UN 2030 agenda, and the outcomes and challenges of the UN Ocean Decade, you need to collaborate. You need to collaborate with people coming from different backgrounds. You need to engage with different stakeholders, and you need to be able to understand which is your context and the context where you are working and you are willing to work in the future. So within the summer school, we have a huge program that works at transdisciplinary level. So it's not a technical summer school, like the usual summer school, but it's more on the development and the development of critical thinking and I will say soft skills. So we really highlight the work on communication, on storytelling, on stakeholders engagement, so how to reach certain people and which are the stakeholders that you need to include in the project that you want to develop. And also, we promote intergenerational exchange, which is another key topic for youth. They are really eager to get knowledge from experts, from people. So we work and we promote a lot of different initiatives on mentorship, where we try to connect youth with senior experts in certain topics. And also, we promote a peer-to-peer approach, because youth can support each other. So if there is a person that is really willing to take action for the ocean but doesn't have a scientific background, we empower this person because we say, no matter your background, you still can have a role and you still can play and act for achieving an healthy ocean. For the future. So this is how we work. And now we launched the new edition of the summer school that is foreseen for this summer from June 29th to July 4th. And the applications are open, so if any of you want to join the summer school, you can apply. And we are really happy because we already received a lot of interest. We have more than 400 applications already. So competition is high, but yeah, we would love to have more people. And in the future, we hope to be able to engage even more youth and give the possibility to more and more youth to join this program.
Thank you very much, Valentina. That's a wonderful opportunity. So there might be some potential participants here in the audience, but it's a great indication that there is such high interest already. And congratulations. It sounds like a very interesting program. Almost makes me want to apply myself. Yes, absolutely. So let's move to Philip now. From the boating industry perspective and the nautical tourism perspective, you are the Secretary General at the European boating industry, as I already said. What key skills are essential, in your opinion, for ensuring a sustainable boating and nautical tourism sector?
That's a great question. So maybe first of all, to take a step back, what industry do we represent? It's really quite varied, actually. It's touristic services, so pleasure ports, marinas, rental companies where you rent a nice motorboat to go out on the day or to go sailing for a week in the Med or in the North Sea or in the Baltic. But it's also very much industrial companies building boats, so yards, very sort of bread and butter. And a lot of that is really vocational, and I really echo Manuela's comments here. A lot of it is about vocational education. So if you think about a boat, a small motorboat, 5, 6, 7, 8 meters, it's quite small, but it's basically like a floating house. So on it, you have a lot of different products, a lot of different components, and you need a lot of different professionals. So you need welders, you need composite specialists, you need electricians, you need plumbers, all of these. So even in this very small yard, you have a lot of different professions. So we need a lot of different people, a lot of different professions trained in the right way. Our perspective as an industry on sustainability is to look at it as comprehensively as possible, to use life cycle assessment as the way to go. So everything from raw materials to end of life. So all of these different professions, dozens of professions, have to understand their role in improving environmental performance across the life cycle. Let's take one example. We are involved in a project called Technonaut, also graciously funded by the European Union. And this project is about helping boat builders, both current and future in vocational education, understand what are the new materials, sort of replacing existing materials, for example, flax fiber, new fibers replacing glass fiber, or even modern glass fiber, so that we can help them understand what they can do to improve the raw material impact and the end-of-life recycling. So that's something really important. All of these professions have to be trained in all of this life cycle, so I think that's something quite important. Another perspective, though, to show a bit where the issue is lacking. So on the touristic side, we have companies renting out boats to go sailing for a week in the Med or on the IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, for example. The problem we have is quite specific, but I think it's a good example. We have one boat with a Dutch flag and a Spanish flag. If you have a license for the Dutch boat, you can go on the Dutch boat and take people with you and do commercial business. But the same boat with a Spanish license, you cannot do it. So we have a very big issue, not just in skills, but also in transferability of qualifications. And that's something, in our humble opinion, that, for example, the European Ocean Pact that Commissioner Kadis was talking about this morning needs to solve these very practical issues, because before we can even talk about sustainability, we have to make sure that the skills and the qualifications are actually transferable.
Thank you very much, Philip. And so I've been informed by our technical team over here that the Slido is now running. So if we could have that on the screen really quick, we would really love to engage the audience with a question. So please take up your phone, scan the QR code, and you can respond here while we're still discussing which skills do you think are most important for developing careers in the blue economy. So I will not ask our panelists to start typing away on their phones. We will keep our conversation, and then we will come back to some of your answers to the Slido. So slight interruption here, but we continue right away with our panel. So I'm going to turn to you, Rose, now. The Pro-Sea Marine Education Foundation that you work for runs courses, I understand, for maritime professionals on marine environmental awareness and sustainable fishing. Can you describe what specific skills you teach? And in your perceived experience, do training needs differ across European countries?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I think to explain that question, we have to look at who we teach. So like you said, we teach maritime professionals. And in our understanding, those are people that work at, with, or on the ocean. And these professionals are definitely professionals, and I think that's something we really need to adhere to. They know what they are doing, because they've gone through 4 years of education, or 5 years even, and they are very skilled in what they do. But their job is changing. So there's a lot more things coming towards them on sustainability issues. Companies are suddenly talking about sustainable development goals. Everybody's talking about climate change. And when you have been educated for 4 years to go out at sea and go fishing, those are not definitely the topics on your mind. So when we train them, we really try to give them more skills, more knowledge, that they can make a better choice. Because if we start trying to educate them on what they're already doing, it will not work. So we really try to give them a little bit extra in which they have a choice to be more sustainable if they want to. And I think a lot of the skills that are very important here are very related to the way we work. So what we always say is challenge and not accuse, because they are professionals, they know what they're doing. So it's important to challenge them, but don't say what they're doing wrong, because that will not work. We also always use the equation of E is Q mile A, and it means effectiveness of the training depends on the quality of your training. So definitely great PowerPoint, nice slides, all the latest insights and latest information, and it needs to be correct. But if you have a group of people in front of you that do not accept you as you are, as your training, and accept that your knowledge is actually true, then there's no effectivity of the training. So it's really about how you're gonna build this training for it to work. And then I think you can train anything you want. So it doesn't really matter if you're in Spain or you're in the Netherlands. It's what we did. We trained some fishers in the Netherlands, we trained them in Spain, we trained them in Greece. And obviously my Greek is terrible, so I shouldn't do that.
Mine too.
Again, look at your target audience, because they are really important. But finding the right people that connect to that target audience in Greece, you can have a perfect training. And yeah, I think that's really important. So really looking at who is in front of you and what do they want to hear, what do they want to learn? Because then they're gonna take it up if they believe you and if you're having an honest conversation.
Absolutely. I think that's so interesting, and it's so important, as you were saying. If you just point the finger and tell people what they're doing wrong, the message is not going to come through. It's about co-designing, about understanding what people want to hear and want to learn, and then doing it together. So thank you so much. That was very interesting. And I'm going to come back to you, Alessandro, now, because we're talking about training needs, and we covered a few sectors here so far. So based on the stakeholder survey and the literature reviews that you've mentioned in your previous intervention, can you pinpoint already preliminarily what are the most in-demand skills across the sectors? And are there areas where education and training offerings are not matching employer needs at the moment?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we retrieved extensive information both from the literature review and the survey. Make use of some notes because
Absolutely.
my brain has been failing me lately. And
look at me, I have like pages and pages of notes. So.
Hundreds and hundreds of pages. I mean, if you're brave enough, you can look it up on the Maritime Forum and read them all, but it's really probably, yes, 200 or 300 pages. Anyway, from the literature review, what emerged, well, no surprise, but there's a need for increased digital skills, all sectors. But, I mean, we said that before, and it's no surprise, I would say, especially artificial intelligence, which is a bit the topic of the moment. So, again, no surprise. Autonomous vehicles as well, it came up a lot. And it also, it was reported that there's a sort of a disconnection between educational provision and training priorities. There's also a paradox, though, that newer sectors, such as, for example, offshore renewable energy, or have identified a shortage of traditional maritime skill sets, such as seafaring or offshore working. So, because we might tend to see these sectors as highly innovative, well, they are, in fact. So we think they're looking for, I don't know, very skilled and specific job roles, but in fact, they also need very traditional maritime skill sets. And this might be in high demand because we all know that we have problems with generational renewal, for example. So I think this was, I mean, I was surprised a bit. I didn't expect this result, this sort of lack for traditional maritime skill sets. And that's why I call it a paradox. Also, green and regulatory skills are also in high demand. There's going to be an energy transition. We have ambitious emissions reduction objectives. So for the coming years, we might expect a huge need for green skills and also regulatory skills, also including safety at work, for example, is going to be very important. It already is. From the survey, one of the objectives of the survey was to look at what skills are in highest demand in the short, medium, and long term. On this, I think there was an interesting trend because initially we gave participants a predefined list of skills, and then we also asked to add any other. For the predefined skills we gave them, well, all of them were gaining importance over time. So they all started at some point and they increased over time. All skills, regardless of the blue economy sectors. Don't forget that we surveyed all blue economy sectors and we broke down results by country, blue economy sectors, and so on. But there was no difference, basically, no matter the sector and the country or whatever, short, medium, long term, they all increased in importance over time. Theoretical knowledge is gaining importance in sectors such as aquaculture, which may be quite a surprise, but this marks a transition towards more innovative and high-tech aquaculture, which I think is quite important. Traditionally, we think, especially in some countries, as a family-run business. In fact, in the future, if we want to stay competitive, we have to foster innovation in aquaculture as well. Well, theoretical knowledge also gaining importance in blue biotechnology, but that is rather obvious, I would say. But still, practical knowledge is the most sought after, no matter the sector. So entrepreneurs especially are looking for practical knowledge. Digital skills also emerged as a hot topic from the stakeholder survey, again, very important. Cybersecurity was mentioned a lot, and again, maybe in view of the recent events, it's also comprehensible, especially in sectors such as offshore renewable energy, transport, and port activities. Green skills, again. Soft and cross-cutting skills, project management was mentioned a lot for infrastructure and for aquaculture, and cross-cultural competence, which is also interesting in infrastructure and fisheries. And this is also interesting in fisheries because one of the skills that are most sought after is also proficiency in other languages. And I think it signals that, the fishes of the future. I know there's another study going on in the Commission, Fishes of the Future. Probably we're going to see in the future fleets made of migrant workers from several countries from outside the EU. So they're going to need to speak common language. So, I mean, fishers, entrepreneurs in fishing are looking after this skill as well. Something else that came up from the survey, financial management, quite important in infrastructure, in blue biotech, but also in coastal tourism. So sometimes we have these things that might be a bit unexpected, but in fact coastal tourism is also changing a lot. We also asked respondents to identify skills that maybe we forgot or didn't mention, and a few that were identified: bioinformatics. I had to look this up, I had no idea what it was. Decarbonization and carbon footprint management, especially for transport, makes sense. Genomics and omics, well, this is mostly blue biotechnology and certain types of aquaculture. GIS, for those of you who don't know, is a geographical information system for aquaculture, fisheries, and offshore wind energy, and alternative fuels as well. For the new roles, job roles, AI specialists, well, no surprise, blue carbon advisors and energy transition managers. I think this is interesting. Think of fisheries. There's an ongoing transition for the fishery and aquaculture sector, so that's going to require lots of investments, probably it's not unreasonable to expect new job roles such as energy transition, managers that can help navigate this process. And also, well, maritime spatial planners and digital twin engineers. That's also quite interesting. In terms of education, there were a few barriers, so difficulty in attracting and retaining talent, except for offshore wind and ocean renewable energy, and lack of clear career pathways, especially for blue biotechnology and transport. But this could be fixed through enhanced collaboration between industry and education providers, of course, hands-on learning opportunities always come up a lot, and curricula better aligned with industry needs. In contrast, it was noted that apprenticeship and mentoring programs seem to be underutilized. Now, all of this, bear in mind that this was a survey. We had 233 respondents, which is a lot, but these surveys, I always think it's useful to highlight their limitations. As a contractors, we make extensive use of this service to gather information. Well, thing is that basically these are voluntary instruments, so we only sample the subset of the blue economy, and the results are not statistically significant, which means, well, we had a lot of people, entrepreneurs, students, researchers, everyone, but of course we have no guarantee that they're a full representation of the blue economy. That's important. It's not useless, it's in fact a very useful piece of knowledge, but it should be presented with the due care and everything.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. That's a wonderful summary, and it sounds like indeed a very comprehensive study. So I will take the time to read those 200 pages,
Good luck with that.
and I'm sure everyone here will as well. Turning to you, Philip, against this context and building up on it a little bit, as I said, you're involved in this Next Blue Generation project, and in my understanding, this aims to raise awareness in young people on blue career opportunities. Which careers and skills does your project specifically focus on, and what tools are being developed to support young professionals in this field? And finally, are there any key insights from the project so far? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe first of all, Alessandro, it's great that you're doing this study, and I hope that it's captured all of the subsets of a blue economy, and if it hasn't yet captured ours, we can have a conversation off stage to make sure it does, and we can increase the 230 odd respondents for sure. About the Next Blue Generation project. So as you say, Lavinia, it's all about really, it's a call for action, not just awareness, but a call for action to get young people really at teenage level from schools into the blue economy in the long term. So it's about getting their interest, capturing their interest, and doing that in a way that definitely they can understand and they can do. So we are at the moment building a game, a sort of small Minecraft, if you know what that is, Minecraft type game, and my colleague Celia presented it in a workshop just a few hours ago to really make sure they understand what it is, and by doing this game, they then have some ideas about which part of the blue economy could be interesting for them. And I think that's really important because the blue economy is a very vague concept, even for us sometimes, but I think even for young people especially. So to make sure they understand very concretely what this is, why it's a good industry to work in, has a lot of career opportunities, a lot of mobility opportunities, I think that's really important. So that's what we're trying to achieve with Next Blue Generation. And in terms of the insights, I think one of the things we're working at the moment is to understand what is the mobility between different sectors. If you start in one sector, it's not just about you stay in that sector for the rest of your life. And I think that's important because young people, they don't want to stay in one sector for the rest of their life, but they want to understand that there's a lot of opportunities because of AI and a lot of these developments. Careers are shifting, jobs will disappear in the next 20 years, others will come. So they have to understand that there's a pathway for them that is not linear, but has a lot of opportunities to go sideways and to go into other sectors, which can be very different. As we heard, blue economy is very varied. So if we can tell them there's a career here, but it can shift and you will still have a career, I think that's a good message.
Thank you very much, Philip. And Valentina, back to you. I hear that tomorrow you will be at the European Parliament presenting a policy brief on blue curricula aimed at policymakers and educators. Could you share some of the key findings from that brief and how it aims to address gaps in the ocean-related education across EU countries?
Yes. So yes, tomorrow we will present the policy brief at the European Parliament, and the policy brief found its basis is from the foundation on a previous publication, a previous UNESCO publication called Blue Curriculum. Blue Curriculum is a toolkit for policymakers, for curriculum developers, and for educators to be able to implement ocean education and ocean learnings inside the school curriculum. So starting from younger generations, so primary schools to high schools, but also working with kindergartens as well. So you can start bringing the knowledge of the ocean since the early childhood, the school. And this is also something that was strictly related to what was said before about the lack, perhaps, of also knowledge, but also awareness of the possibilities that the blue economy and the blue sectors has, because there are a lot of job positions working for the ocean and where you can have a difference and where you can make a difference. Tomorrow, the policy brief was an analysis, and the results is something that the ocean literacy communities perhaps already know. So about the need of including and working on reshaping and reconsidering how the curriculum is structured and where and how we can include ocean learnings inside the different lectures and the different topics that are beyond natural sciences, biology, or pure science. So until now, the ocean topics at policy level, but also at school curriculum level, are really strictly related to environmental science topics or related to environmental policies, while the ocean is not really mentioned and present on the educational side or neither on the cultural side and perspective. So there are a lot of aspects of the ocean that are not considered yet, and that we need to work on more to be able to have the ocean really included and part of our education. On the other side, there is the need also to include ocean topics and work more together with teachers and educators. So teachers have a lot of training opportunities all over their careers, so we need to include ocean topics and ocean literacy also in these frameworks, as teachers are the ones that are directly in touch and they work on a daily basis with the students, and so they have a high impact on the next generations of ocean professionals and leaders. And also there is the need, as I were already mentioning, of bring ocean literacy at policy level, so work more and more and more at the decision-making level by influencing different levels of policies in different sectors, so not only in the science sector, but working all together with other ministries and other stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Valentina. That sounds absolutely like very important work, and good luck on your presentation tomorrow.
Thank you.
And speaking of important work, I would like to ask my final question to Roos, because as I mentioned during your introduction, you are part of this MFAV Turning Blue project, which sounds like a brilliant project to me because it focuses on reintegrating young offenders serving time in prison through blue economy careers. And I was told that you have just returned from the first workshop on this project, so tell us more. How did it go? What skills are currently being taught? And how are the participants responding so far?
Yeah, so Turning Blue, like you said, we're really focusing on making young offenders enthusiastic about jobs in the blue economy and aware of jobs in the blue economy. Because, when I speak to a lot of young people in the Netherlands and now also to young offenders, they're often not aware that they can actually do these jobs. And we believe this project really works because there are some characteristics about some jobs in the blue economy that we think are really well suited for these guys, mostly guys that we see in this project, because the jobs are structured. There is a hierarchy on board often, but there's also a lot of like teamwork and camaraderie. There is a lot of going away from home, so you get distracted from your previous background, and you don't easily fall back into the same patterns because you're out at sea. and it gives a good structure to your life. So often this is we think this matches what they are looking for when they are reintegrated. In addition, a lot of the guys that are in prison systems are often quite creative. We've seen during the workshop as well that they do a lot with graffiti and like all these kinds of different creative things. So that's a lot of fun. And on board of a boat or ship, you have to be creative because you're out at sea and everything that you have there is what you have. So if you have a problem, you need to be able to solve it with what you've got. And that needs some creativity. And as well, they're very active and quite strong, these guys often. So that's also a good skill to have on board of a boat because that comes in handy quite sometimes. So yeah, I was there last week. I'm still quite tired of it. It was a really nice week. But I think it goes back to my first point that I was making, like really know your target audience. I'm mostly skilled in training people that are already working at sea and are super enthusiastic about the ocean. And these guys were not really sure what the ocean is or how work at the ocean looks like. So it was a lot of nice conversations, really going back to what is working at sea and what do you have to know and what do you have to do. A lot of the guys were afraid that they got seasick, but they were still quite enthusiastic about working at sea. And yeah, I think that's it really gave them a perspective of something that they could do. There's a lot of jobs at sea that you don't need a long education for. You just get your basic safety training and you can get on board. And this was something that really appealed to them, that they could start working tomorrow and do this practical course on basic safety, and then be on a boat. So no, it was a very good week. It's a very cool project, and I hope I can share some more results when we're done.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rose, for this. I think it's such a powerful example of the variety of individuals that can be involved and can become interested in blue careers. So I think that's really important, and I'm sure it's just one example. So thank you so much. That beautifully concludes our panel here, and I would like actually to ask, first of all, to have our Slido results on stage, on the screen, please, if that's possible now. Perfect, because I would like to ask Manuela, and thank you so much for sticking around for this panel to hear everything that the panelists had to say. Also, based on what you're seeing here on the screen, and maybe it's better accessible there on these stage screens, what are your key takeaways from this session? And do you have any words to conclude here on what do you think the priorities are going forward?
Well, first of all, I think that many of the things I heard from in terms of blue skills are common to many different other economic sectors that have exactly the same issues. And I think the skills you came up are really the skills that, except for some specific ones, you would see in other sectors. I think I was not very happy, but I think I really liked the fact that you said that skills and qualifications should be transferable, because that's also the way we see it under Union of Skills, and we will come forward with an initiative on skills portability, because we think that everybody should be able to use their own skills and qualifications regardless of where they were acquired. It won't be easy, but we will try. I think on a personal note, I would say that you got me really very interested, and I hope one day to be able that I'm a blue skills literate.
Thank you very much, Manuela. That beautifully concludes our panel. So a warm round of applause for all of our panelists here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you. So I am conscious of time, so we're going to move swiftly into our next session. Many of you are probably going to attend tomorrow's annual forum dedicated to the EU mission Ocean and Waters, which aims to protect and restore our ocean and waters by 2030. So as we move forward into the next session, let's keep in mind our discussion on skills and build on how these can support the objective of the mission and how we can inspire and empower young people to actively contribute, not just as stakeholders in the mission, but really as leaders and drivers of ocean restoration. So we will hear from our panelists with some concrete examples of mission projects and initiatives that are doing just that through engagement, education, and advocacy. And for a keynote and introduction to this discussion, I am very happy to invite our next keynote speaker to the stage, John Bell. John Bell is Director for A Healthy Planet at the DG for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. John, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
I'll take that. So my job at the European Commission is working with my colleagues in departments like Mare and Environment to make sure that research innovation is fit for purpose and preparing the future. And my job title is the Director for a Healthy Planet. So you can see I'm not doing a very good job at the moment. And what I see coming across my desk is the science on climate, on ocean, on biodiversity, on water, and what we see is that we are, of course, in a period of systemic and generational challenge. And you don't need to be told that. Your generation, of course, are asking our generation to accelerate the change. So over the last couple of years, research innovation tends to have a very long lens and looking at what we can do in a long period of time. And working together, it's clear that we can't continue to go with business as usual. So alongside all of the usual kind of science and research and infrastructure and samplings and data and everything else we do, we decide we needed a different way of accelerating a systemic change, because our ocean, as you've already been hearing in the course of today, is the central life support system. It's the determining feature as to how we can address our climate, our biodiversity. We're a coastal economy. Most of our people live in rivers and cities are close by. Our food, our energy, everything else is linked to this. And it is in a state of crisis. So we decided to try and do something different and to do something generational that could bring forward, could accelerate, could mobilize the kind of change that is necessary. We worked together to create this mission, and it's in the title what it is. Mission to restore our oceans and waters by 2030. And behind that is the idea that the whole water system, the hydrosphere, is connected in this great challenge that we are living through. And that research innovation has to step up and provide different kinds of solutions, has to connect with the people who are living with finding the changes to this, and has to mobilize people like yourselves, the next generation of people for whom we need to bring forward the answers and the solutions, and indeed the careers and the skills and the investments that are there. It's a bit of a funny old world outside at the moment where it would be kind of nice to have boring for a while. It's one of those things when you talk about what is a mission and what is it for. And it's the same thing about the European Union. The European Union in itself is a kind of a mission where we started to try and build peace through cooperation on coal and steel, and then in terms of food security, and then in terms of creating a single market and a currency and peacefully reuniting the continent. And now our task in what was called the green transition is really to make peace with nature in the next decades to come, and to enable that transformation in having a carbon neutral economy and in addressing the collapsing problems we have with species and ecosystems, and dealing with some of the risks that are there from weather and all of the events that come along with it, is to use that new sustainable way of living and working as a basis for the way we in the European Union will build our competitiveness, our prosperity, and our justice. So the mission is really to look at how can we be very focused that by 2030 we do the three things that are central to this. So the first is in terms of the actual restoration of a third of our ecosystems in what are called marine protected areas, 25,000 kilometers of rivers in places like the Danube and the Black Sea Basin, to try and address the multiple problems of pollution in different ways, and then to try and decarbonize what's called the blue economy, so the kind of the ports, the boats, the fishing, the way we work around what is a very energy intensive part of our economy. And a mission is to kind of, like the mission to go to the moon and back, is to fix a target, give it a deadline, mobilize people in a way that is inspiring, try and get people to think that although what we're trying to do seems improbable, it's something we can probably do if we can mobilize everybody together to do it. You probably have heard this word, European integration. Integration comes from a word that talks about making things together that we can't make ourselves, making things whole and restoring them in a way. And that's really what's at the heart of the mission. So we've been at this for a couple of years now, and at this point what we see in the 4 places, because people live in places in which we're trying to work on these great systems changes towards a healthy water and ocean system. We're working in the Mediterranean basin, we're working the Danube and Black Sea, we're working in the Baltic and the North Sea and the Atlantic Arctic spaces. And over the last few years we have committed about 470 million euros in research and innovation funding to drive this mobilization. We have nearly 1,000 people who have signed up a charter in terms of bringing their commitment to make this change happen. And you can add that up if you like. The commitments have been made to more than 6.5 billion euros. So there's a mobilization effect taking place. So where are we? We're making progress, it seems, on reducing marine litter and plastic litter. It's more difficult on the nutrient side because it requires changes to the way in which we move our food systems around. We are beginning to expand the marine protected areas to get to the scale at which we need to have them so that we can actually regenerate and restore the life support systems that they give and the economic support they give to our fisheries, to our ecosystems and to our species. We're getting there in terms, unbelievably, of the restoration of these rivers, although in some of the great river systems like the Danube, we need to work on very complex issues around damming and all of these things. They're not things that scientists work out in their laboratories. They're things that need to be worked out with communities. Some of the things that we're doing in renewable energy, for example, are making a big impact on where we are in terms of our carbon footprint. And in some other areas, it's clear that we need to have different ways of understanding and measuring what we're doing. So there is a lot actually happening. It's a bringing together of policy and funding and communities and action. So the generational aspect to all of this, I sometimes go back to my old college just to talk with people about how we are trying to answer people's problems, because anxiety is not a policy. In the next generation, your generation, many of you are wondering about, does anybody have this? And it's important to engage and say, yes, we are finding new ways to deal with this. But what we see emerging from your generation are a number of projects and initiatives where you're taking hold and ownership of the solutions. If we look at the SHORE project dealing with ocean literacy, we've heard a lot about ocean literacy a moment ago, or the Blue Lights project where we're talking about the kind of education that needs to go into schools. You heard some of the comments made earlier on about the need for people to understand the context. Most people think the ocean is some kind of obscure kind of sector where you have kind of fish and chips and you go there occasionally, not that it's actually the defining feature for every other breath. And it will give us the answers to each and every problem that we're facing in this great planetary transition. Or the plastic pirates, as some of you will know, where you have citizen scientists getting out there and getting the information together to try and address some of these issues. Or the Solidarity Corps of the European Union, where you can volunteer and actually work on fixing the oceans and the planet. And for scientists, you have Maria Skłodowska-Curie Actions, where one of the things we're trying to do is to work on accelerating the careers of young scientists and researchers. So, you know, we can go on. I mean, as I say, a commission official is somebody who talks and everybody else is asleep, particularly this time of the afternoon. But what you need to understand from us here is that we are actively engaged in finding different ways to mobilize all of the resources and means that we have across the European Union, whether you're talking about finance or investment or skills or research or policy, to accelerate the changes. And the mission is a convening point for that. And it's a place where you belong, and it's a place where you need to be active, and it's a place that you need to take ownership of where you live and work. And our colleagues will be there to support you in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Please join me here and take a seat, as we will soon begin our panel. But first, could we have the next Slido question on the screen for this session, please? So here it is. So the question is, what is one way to better engage and empower youth in restoring and protecting our ocean and waters? So John, I'm sure you have many ideas on this, but let's hear what the audience has to say first. And while you're all typing away, let me welcome to the stage our panelists. I would like to welcome Elisa Conti. Elisa is project manager at the National Research Council of Italy and a representative of the Blue Mission Med project in support to the mission. Welcome, Elisa. I would also like to welcome Luca Jandrek. Luca is project officer at CTEC, partner also in the Horizon Europe Blue Lights project, and youth delegate at the World Water Council. Welcome, Luca. And last but not least, I would like to welcome to the stage Bendi Bakrati, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce your last name. Bendi is a Young Plastic Pirates ambassador and also a volunteer at the Hungarian Plastic Cup initiative in Hungary. Welcome, Bendi. So I'm going to sit a bit closer to you as we have a smaller panel, but we will make it count. And Bendigus, I would like to start with you with the first question. So I understand you're currently a high school student, you're a Young Plastic Pirates ambassador, and you're also a youth volunteer group leader at the Plastic Cup initiative in Hungary, which looks at removing plastic and other waste from rivers. And I understand that this is something that you've been very passionate about since the age of 7, which is remarkable, and it sounds like you've been very busy in the last decade of your life, so congratulations to you for being so engaged. My question is, as one of the earliest Blue volunteers, I know that you must have developed a set of very valuable skills along the way. Now, as you're preparing to share your story through the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, what do you consider to be the most important skills that you've gained? What has this learning experience been like for you? And what message do you hope to convey through the publication of your story?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Well, first of all, it's really important to say that when I started to volunteer at 7, I didn't know anything of the world or the pollution or the rivers. And then I started to slowly realize that it's really important to focus on the pollution, on the environment, and on the nature. And not only my skills are important, but how I learned them. And it was really good, the way of the learning, because it was always experiment like centric. So when I stood to the table, because in the plastic cup, we're not only collecting the plastic waste from the river, but we are separating it to different materials, different type of plastics. And I was just standing there to the separation table, and I was just looking, oh, so this is plastic, and this is also plastic, but a different type of plastic. So I learned how to separate the waste. And also, I think it's really important to learn in this generation, to not only learn from books, not only learn in the school, but learn outside of the school, learn everything about the nature, like an experience. And like I think about my article, it means a lot to me, because it's not only my journey through volunteering and not only about the skills I grew, but it's about teamwork and how I met a lot of people. And I'm really grateful that even I can be here today, even if I'm just a high school student who's volunteering for 8 years. And it's really important to me that this article is not only focusing about the journey, about the volunteering, and about the stuff I went through with my friends and with my family, but it focuses on a really important thing about the ocean literacy and the pollution, and it's rivers, because ocean starts in rivers, and it's really important to focus on the pollution of the rivers, because if we want to prevent the pollution, first we have to focus on changing minds of the pollution. Because if we're talking to people, we are doing exhibitions, we are doing cleanups, it's really important to show that they can do even small things. If they don't buy a plastic bottle from tomorrow, if they don't use a single-use plastic, it's important. They don't have to stop the whole thing immediately. If they focus on one thing, let's say, I won't buy a plastic bottle from tomorrow. That means a lot, because if 5,000 people say I won't buy a plastic bottle tomorrow, that means a lot, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bandy. And I think your story really beautifully illustrates how early involvement can create a lifelong commitment to ocean protection. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And along those same lines, I would like to turn to Luca now. So you are involved in many projects, and among all of those, you're also a youth delegate at the World Water Council. Based on your experience, how do you see the role of youth in shaping future water policies and blue education initiatives? And what are the most effective ways, in your opinion, in which young people can engage meaningfully and create a lasting impact, specifically in international advocacy?
Thank you for the question. Well, I think this day also made it very clear that really need young people, not only in international advocacy, but also in other environmental topics, because there is an ever-growing youth community, let it be fresh or marine water topics. I don't know if you knew that there are more than 1.2 billion young people all over the world, and many of them have a very strong desire, very good capacities to shape the global challenges and also contribute to reach these very ambitious global objectives until 2030. Which is really around the corner. We feel that we have some years left, but it's really like knocking on the door, and we need to do a lot. And in my opinion, young people are very dynamic, even at a very young age, such as Bendegoos, and they have very unique skills, let it be innovation, critical thinking, advocacy, communication, presentation, and so on. But I think they also present something very outstanding, what other generations might not have, which is the urgency. So we have this personal motivation, this personal connection that we would like to shape the global challenges, because it's already affecting us, and we know that it's going to impact our children and our grandchildren. So yeah, I think the role of young people is absolutely fundamental and critical in international advocacy, for example. And the best way to be part of an international community, luckily, I believe that there are many youth-led organizations, many youth groups where you can join, even as a volunteer. Also, I think impacts and changes lie in co-creation and community. So I think solving or contributing to the solutions in this very complex system and in the middle of a climate and ecological crisis is not an easy task, and nobody should do it alone. So I think really you need to belong to a youth community and start acting together. And I think it's also very important to set your goals, what you really would like to focus on, set your niche, because we know that there is an ocean of topics to choose from, and I think it's better to be a specialist of some topics than being a generalist. And last but not least, I think embracing the feeling of lifelong learning is also important, because the world is changing so rapidly, and we have to just keep up to date, and in this way, hopefully, we can keep up with the global happenings.
Thank you very much, Luca. That's a very important call to action there. So we take note of these messages. And I would like to turn to you, Elisa, now. You are mainly representing the Blue Mission Med project today, and we will get to talk about that a little bit later. But as I understand, you've also been previously working on connecting ocean conservation with art to inspire younger generations. Based on your experience, what should be the focus, in your opinion, to make ocean conservation more engaging for youth?
This is a great question that we're trying to deal with at Blue Mission Med, because we try to see how art, how creativity can be the powerful tool that we know it is, and that can be used for the ocean, for the waters, conservation and restoration. Through Blue Mission Med's Society for Med Award, we saw that young people are absolutely eager to use their creativity, their form of arts, to express their connection to ocean and waters, because the art itself is a deep emotional, can create a deep and emotional connection with nature, with the environment. And we need to reinforce this idea that it's not, we should not fall into the anxiety problem, indeed. This is a great challenge. We saw that when young people try to express themselves through art, sometimes they fall into the climate anxiety issue. But to quote Director Bell, panic is not a policy, anxiety is not a policy. We need to move forward. We need to move from presenting the problem to presenting the opportunity that we have at our disposal, that art can be a powerful tool to express themselves. We saw this morning. We opened with an incredible act. We saw upstairs what art can present to young generations, and the young generations are those that want to present themselves through art. They want to express themselves through storytelling, through videos, music. And at Blue Mission Med, we try to do our best to give a platform to the younger generation with our Society for Med Awards. We work with graphic designers, we work with artists, educators, to let them show what can be done through art for the ocean and waters conservation and restoration, for the mission. And this idea that we have to move from the negativity to action is important, because younger generation are completely aware of environmental issues. I think that today it's been a great example of how people under 30 are aware of the planet we're living in, are aware of the issues or of the challenges we are facing. And we have to move the topic to what can we do? And art is expressing themselves through different forms. It's truly a powerful tool that it is today at our disposal, and we can be used. And through Blue Mission Med, through the mission, that's something we do. We just do not go through scientific engagement, but also artistic engagement. We have to shift the focus to what can be done, because we are going to do it.
Thank you very much, Elisa. So yeah, this really shows that we need to get creative about the solutions we find, and our solutions need to be expressed in a creative way as well. So I think that's really important. Thank you. Bendegus, going back to you. Based on your passion for educating young people about nature, about the ocean and the environment, what skills do you think are missing in today's youth? Maybe due to a lack of early childhood environmental education, and how do you think can current educational systems better incorporate ocean and water-related issues in their curricula? And maybe, yeah, we're going back a little bit to something that we've heard also in the previous session, but your thoughts on this, please.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't really think that my generation is missing a lot of things about nature or about the environmental studies. The only problem is they don't really understand it correctly. So maybe if I tell them that please don't buy that plastic bottle, they will say, okay, but it's just one. But if it's one every day, or one every day for a week, for a month, for a year, or for every year, it's not just once. So I think the main problem is that the current educational system doesn't teach the understanding of the waste and of the pollution, because if they will teach with a lot more field trips, a lot more exhibitions, not only the second page in the biology book, okay, it's pollution, because that is boring. And I think that in early childhood, in second or first grade, the children are deciding which subject or which topic do they like. And if they find a subject boring, they will find it boring years later. So I think that art is really, it's a great expression of people. And if the current educational system could focus more on like interesting things about the, not just the pollution, but the nature, with more field trips, more stories about the nature, the children would, I think, be more interested in the whole thing and the whole topic, and not just a subject, but they will understand that it's surrounding us, and the nature is in us, and we are the nature. So basically, I think that is the most important, to make it interesting and make it as it's a normal thing and it's in the air.
That's a beautiful message. Thank you, Bendegus. And yeah, I think what you're saying is so relevant. It shouldn't just be in the books that you read at school, but you should also be exposed to practical experience when you're going to school, also going on field trips and activities of the like. So I think that's, yeah, absolutely. It should definitely be something that's reinforced in the curricula. Elisa, I'll jump back to you again, and talking more about Blue Mission Med. Can you share a little bit more about what innovative solutions have been developed by Blue Mission Med to better empower, connect, and engage the youth community? Are there any barriers to this that you've experienced, and what are the results that you've achieved so far, if you can expand a bit?
Sure, with pleasure. Indeed, at Blue Mission Med, what we've been doing is trying to engage and connect the youth with the mission itself, but also we're trying to have the youth being a protagonist in creating solutions, innovative, transformative solutions. We've been doing this through a multi-layered approach. One of the activities we've been doing is a citizen science initiative, starting from biodiversity project and Plastic Pirates, of course. We have been involved, thousands of students in monitoring activities, cleanup activities in the rivers, for the time being in Italy, but we're trying our best to move and include as many rivers of not only the Med, but all 4 lighthouses of the EU. So we saw the young students from schools being engaged in being a data collector, scientists, and also to being reporters of what they've discovered. They are firsthand the one doing the job in the rivers, on the rivers, and back analyzing the data they receive from our researchers. Another incredible new tool we have developed that is supposed to increase the amount of youth engaged in the mission is a book, Our Blue Treasure, that maybe some of you saw upstairs, and hopefully many of you will see tomorrow at the Blue Mission Med booth at the Mission Forum. We created this book dedicated to the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. It's for the ocean literacy, and it's dedicated for children aged 6 to 10, and we want to use that. Again, art, once more, it's a form of visual representation of engagement, of to raise awareness, but also to show what they can do for the mission itself, for the objectives of the mission, which is to do something for the ocean, for the waters. Other activities we have been promoting are in the southern Mediterranean. There are coastal cleanups and coastal awareness initiatives that involve the youth, where the youth, once more, is firsthand the protagonist doing both awareness campaigns and actions. They are leading the actions. They are the protagonists every day on these. We are just there to help, but again, the youth is doing the hard work many times. And then something we should underline, that we forget that they are protagonists doing something, because as it has been said, they do not need to know, they already know a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of awareness. So we have to move from awareness to what can we do to help their actions, because that's what they need, because they want to act. And we also do that at Blue Mission Med through the Blue Mission Med hubs. There are catalysts. We are territorial hubs that help to connect even more the local youth to the actions and the overall mission at the basin level, at the EU level, but locally driven actions can really make the difference sometimes, also to have an impact on the youth and what they can do. And we try to connect youth to the cities, to the policymakers, to the scientist community, to the industry and the private sector. Of course, we try to have all of them involved, and it's always incredible to see how the youth is eager to be protagonists. They're not scared. We are not scared. I mean, I'm under 30, so I'm myself also in the youth sector. And all these actions are really meant to connect the dots and to elevate the younger people to the level they're meant to be put on. They're meant to be put on the stage, protagonists, because they are doing everyday actions. The plastic pirates, Blue Mission Meds, we are working together to bring a change to the rivers, to the sea.
Thank you very much, Elisa, and you're very much part of that. So,
thank you.
A last question maybe to you, Luca. You work at CTEC, as I understand it, and also through that you're part of the Blue Lights project that John already mentioned earlier. And this brought you to the seaside on the island of Mallorca. Lucky you. Here we are, stuck in Brussels. But you are originally from landlocked Hungary, like Bendegus. What are, in your opinion, the key challenges in promoting ocean literacy and environmental education in schools, particularly in these inland regions or countries without direct access to the sea? What effective strategies do you think can address these challenges and ensure that all children and young people, regardless of location, can engage with and benefit from ocean and environmental education?
Yeah, well, that's a big question.
Tough question, sorry.
Tough question.
I saved it for last.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just learned that me and Bendegus are from the same country, from Hungary, but as you know, it's a landlocked country. So today I'm here to have a Hungarian hat and a Spanish hat because now I live in Spain. I just want to share with you a very brief result from a very interesting survey carried out by the Economist Impact and Nippon Foundation, which asked more than 3,000 young people on how they see the ocean, and I think the results were quite shocking. And here I also would like to connect to the other panelists because it highlighted that there is a significant disconnections between young people and the ocean protection. I think we tend to believe that young people generally are very ocean literate because we are here at the European Ocean Days, but after this study, I see that it's kind of a bubble because still the grand majority of young people are not ocean literate, and this tendency and this problem, let's say, in inland region is even more present and even more dominating. I don't want to bore with you with the long results of this survey, but 3 key challenges arise, what I definitely would like to highlight. The first one, obviously, the geographical limitations, because inland regions, they really lack the connection with the sea. Maybe it's a little bit more accessible to spend a holiday at the coastal areas, but still many young people just cannot afford this. The second one is the lack of awareness and the lack of resources available, and I think it can be explained, for example, with language barriers, because in inland regions, for example, in Hungary, you just cannot find ocean literacy resources in Hungarian. So in order to educate yourself, you have to learn, for example, English, Spanish, French, Italian, which takes a lot of time, and to reach that level to understand these very complex topics, it doesn't happen overnight. And maybe the last challenge lies in the educational system. We mentioned many times that the educational system is very rigid, very bureaucratic, so bringing blue topics into the schools is quite challenging. This is something that the Blue Lights project really tried to solve and bring some blue topics to the school with different activities. And also the teachers are just simply not aware of the ocean, why it's important. So it's really out of sight, out of mind. So as you don't have the ocean next to you, you just don't feel that you have something to do with it. But of course, this is very wrong because as Bendegus mentioned, many actions can happen and can start at inland regions, let it be the river protections, and also teachers. That's why they need some extra training and, of course, extra incentives to be able to bring something into the schools. So I think these really key challenges lead to the conclusion why many young people are simply not connected to the ocean and why they prioritize, for example, other environmental issues such as deforestation or water scarcity, much more concerning than ocean protection, for example. And if you think about it, this is something very wrong because the majority of the problems is due to the imbalances in the ocean system. So maybe this is something what I would like to conclude my intervention.
Thank you very much, Luca, and thank you to all the panelists for all the work that you're doing in inspiring and engaging youth towards ultimately the objectives of and the implementation of the mission. It is really obvious that you're all making huge waves through your projects and your passion, so thank you so much for that. I would like to go back for a moment before I give the word to John to the results of the Slido that we had here on the screen just now. So I see some really interesting ones like karaoke. Immediately that caught my eye. I think that's an excellent idea. But also, yes, art and science activities and citizen science, which are very much topics that we've touched upon in our panel. So, John, to wrap up, what are your key takeaways from this discussion and also from what the audience is thinking?
There's a few things actually listening to you, and it's here's the obvious one, but be young. Take it from an old person. You have this window. You don't have to accept the assumptions. You don't have to accept the behaviors of the systems. And the window closes quite quickly. It generally closes when a mortgage or other things arrive in your life. But it's actually quite an asset to be young, and to be young at a time where we need to make systemic change. And it doesn't necessarily mean doing mad stuff and breaking up the place. But like as you were doing, Bendigo's, you can change things where you're at. We think we're young, we're powerless. Second thing, maybe we don't say this enough, but there's some really bad young people out there. By this I mean is that you are probably uniquely able to deal with some of the Neanderthals who are going around pretending that science doesn't exist, the climate is fine, we don't need to deal with this. They're not going to listen to people like me, but they might listen to people like you. So, I mean, some of the worst people I ever met was when I was young. There's nothing inherently good or bad about it, but you can reach these people. So if you can tackle the bad guys, and the generally guys, in the digital space in particular, that would be something impressive. Many ideas here, but basically get out more. Connect with nature. My daughter, who's been, like many of you, studying for years, I got a WhatsApp from her this morning. She says, I cannot live without nature. She's in the outback. She's been locked up in a library or a lab for the last few years. So, you know, get out more. I think it's really important for our well-being as well. Here's an old one, vote. And in the mission, find a place. Many of you are talking about things you do where you are, where you find something local and get out and do it and connect and build your community into a blue community. And last but not least, you were talking, Elise, about art. Basically, art prefigures the kind of societies we're going to have. Be creative, rewrite the narrative, an image, a line of poetry, a play, a novel, a storyline. We narrate, we make sense of our lives through art, and art is what creates reality. So don't downplay that. If you have a creative means to do that, then do that. And last but not least, we didn't talk about money, which is great. It's great to have like an hour we don't talk about money for a change. But remember always the value of everything and the price of doing nothing. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. Big round of applause for John and all of our wonderful panelists. Thank you all so much. I think we're only standing in the way of coffee now and a little break, so please feel free to enjoy some refreshments outside. Sandra, are we good to keep time? Or yes, we're good to keep time, so we will reconvene at 4. So thank you all so much. See you very soon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. Thank you for coming back and taking your seats. Let's jump right in to session 3, Young Blue Citizens Shaping Our Ocean's Future. So to set the stage for this discussion, I would love to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is Charlina Vicheva, Director General at DG Mare at the European Commission. Charlina, warm welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is really a pleasure to open this last session for today. Our main topic will be to explore the blue citizenship as a concept. So what it means to be a blue citizen and how we can all strengthen our connection to the ocean. The ocean is part of who we are. It is not just a vast body of water or surface, but it is a very important system, interconnected system, which actually sustains life on Earth. So, blue citizenship is more than just knowing how the ocean works. It is about understanding how deeply it is tied to everyone's life, from the food we eat to the climate that we live in. Being a blue citizen means recognizing all that, but also taking responsibility for the health of the ocean. It is not about being perfect, we are not perfect, or having all the answers and addressing all challenges. But it is about being active, genuinely active, and participate in ensuring that the ocean thrives, not only for our generations, for your generation, but also for the future generations. So, blue citizenship is responsibility. It is responsibility, but also a great opportunity. The ocean offers incredible potential for solutions to many of the challenges that we face today. Whether through renewable energy, where the ocean helps for decarbonizing not just our economy, but our whole life, whether through sustainable fisheries, which contributes enormously to our food security, or innovation in ocean technology that brings the whole society forward. When we think of the ocean as the asset that belongs to all of us, it becomes clear that we all have a role to play in its protection, but also sustainable use. It is a duty not just for the present, but for the future. And it begins with ocean literacy. Ocean literacy ensures that citizens, especially young citizens like you, have the knowledge they need to understand how the ocean impacts their life, but also how our actions impact the ocean. The more we know, the more empowered we feel to make informed decisions, advocate for sustainable practices, and push for policy change where it is needed. Education is the tool that gives us all this power. We are already seeing young people driving change on the ground. Youth-led initiatives like beach cleanups, climate marches, or ocean advocacy are reshaping the way we think about the ocean. I'm really inspired by what you're doing. Our EU for Ocean coalitions, launched in 2020, is a great example of how youth, education, and business can work together to build a sustainable future for the ocean. It shows that we all need to collaborate to create lasting positive change. And we need to listen to the voices of all three communities, the youth community, the education community, and the blue economy community through the various platforms we have. We have the Youth for Ocean Forum, we have the European Blue Schools, and we have the EU for Ocean platform. Through all of these, we reach out to the three communities. This coalition highlights how powerful a sense of shared responsibility can be. When we bring different people together, young people, policymakers, educators, business people, advocates, regional authorities, we create a stronger movement to address the ocean's challenges in creative and innovative ways. We need to make sure that everyone has access to the information resources and platforms to engage in the conservation, no matter their background and location. Looking ahead, we need blue citizens, especially young blue citizens, to help us deliver our new European Ocean Pact. The Pact is a crucial framework that requires everyone, especially the young generation, to be actively engaged in making the ocean a priority in the European policy and action. I really count on your voice for that. I believe the future of blue citizenship is bright. There are so many solutions we can embrace, from sustainable business models to regenerative ocean practices. These solutions not only benefit the environment, they have the potential to create jobs, beyond new qualitative jobs, boost local economies, and protect our ocean for generations to come. We need to get it right. Young people are already stepping up, showing leadership in ways we never imagined before, and offering bold, creative solutions. The energy, passion, and ideas they bring will be key to addressing the ocean challenges we face. The next generation of blue citizens is ready to protect and restore our ocean, and they are doing so with urgency, creativity, and hope for the future. We all need these three. With this, I'm really happy now to go to the next panel of discussions, and we will hear from 4 experts with different perspectives on blue citizenship, touching on all these key points, like how the various stakeholders, including governments, businesses, and communities, can collaborate to protect the ocean, but also how the democratic principles and governance structures can support and drive blue citizenship forward. We will explore the role of the local communities and local authorities in helping citizens embrace blue citizenship and take action for the ocean, but also we will take stock of the lessons learned from youth engagement so far in, for example, climate and environmental issues that can be applied to a wider ocean advocacy. I'm really looking forward to the discussions. I'm looking forward to your questions, and I'm sure that we will make the best out of this last session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlina. Please join me here, take a seat while we welcome our panelists for this session and this discussion on blue citizenship. I would like to welcome Fotigi Kamara. Fotigi is the Deputy Mayor at the Den Helder municipality. Fotigi, it's great to see you again. Welcome. I would also like to welcome here we go. I would like to welcome Nina Dietz to the stage. Nina is from the Young Citizens Council for the Ocean. Welcome, Nina. Next up is Dave White. Dave is from Mare at the University of Cork. Welcome, Dave. And last but not least, Lana Pasic from the EU Council of Europe Youth Partnership. Welcome, Lana. So before we jump into our discussion here, I would like to bring up another and final Slido question for the audience. Could we have that on the screen, please? Here it is. So our question for this session is, in one word, what does blue citizenship mean to you? So yes, we will gather your input on this while we start our discussion and get back to it later. So let's open our panel discussion, and I would like to begin with you, Dave. As a marine anthropologist working on community participation in ocean management and restoration, how do you define blue citizenship?
Yeah, thanks very much, Lavinia, and hi, everyone. For me, I like to think about blue citizenship as having a kind of a dual nature, that being the responsibilities, like in terms of active citizenship, like Charlene was just telling us about, but then also rights. I mean, if we think of citizenship that you have for a state, you have the right to call on that state in terms of like legalistically or something like that. So there's the responsibility of, when you engage with blue spaces that everybody has to, engage, like up their ocean literacy and make sure that their behavior is in a way that would leave the blue spaces like our oceans and our rivers better than when they found them. But there's also this sense of right. I mean, if we think of traditional use communities, fishing communities, coastal communities, there's a sense that they're already always blue citizens. And so I think, what we're talking about in the mission and in things like the nature restoration law are so important, but some big changes are coming in our marine environment in terms of use and competition for that marine space, I suppose. And so I think, if we think of things like the Ocean Pact that is being debated at the moment and designed, it's a really good opportunity to enshrine that right and the recognition of the communities that have always used blue spaces, as well as the responsibility that, in terms of transforming the way we use those spaces. So yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you very much for this introduction and context, Dave. Building on these thoughts, I would like to hear from you, Nina. So with your youth advocate hat on now, what do you think blue citizenship means to young people and to you personally? And can you maybe then build on that and tell us a little bit more about your project, the Young Citizens Council for the Ocean, and share some of the contributions from the young people who apply to participate?
Yes, for sure. Thank you for the question. So to gather young people for our project, which I can talk about more in a second perhaps, we asked them what comes into their mind when they hear the term blue citizenship. Mm-hmm. And it was actually quite illuminating because quite often their statements were very philosophical and political, touching upon very basic questions, such as the question of what sort of human-ocean relationship do we actually want to have. So their ideas weren't really caught up in economic constraints yet. And some of them emphasized that they would love to have a partnership with the ocean. So they see the ocean not as something that we own, but actually as something, as an engine that it is, that we have to take care of and that we have a reciprocal relationship with. Others were talking about responsibility and sustainability, so recognizing the impact we humans have on the ocean and connecting the blue citizen to someone who is working towards reducing human harm to the ocean. Some of those young ones, and just to give you some context, when I talk about young ones, we talk about people who were between 15 and 20 years, so not university students, but really like even younger people than we had on stage this morning. They were also talking about a global connection, so really understanding that protecting the ocean is important for the entire planet, that we all have a stake in this ocean. They were talking about awareness and advocacy, so that a blue citizen is an informed citizen who's also informing other people and raising awareness. And there was also a very interesting aspect, which was a less anthropocentric aspect. So placing animals at the very center of the ocean. and saying that they are the blue citizens because they are the actual blue inhabitants, and it's our human responsibility to be their caretakers and caretakers of the marine ecosystem. And then, of course, what comes up with citizenship for those young ones quite often was passion and identity, the question of how am I connected to the ocean, how is the ocean perhaps embedded within my own system. So this is just to summarize those applicants that we had between 14 and 20 years old. Yeah, and when it comes to my own perspective, I find it a very fascinating concept, actually, because it transcends national borders and ties in with what Costas Kadis said this morning, that Europe can be a leader in international ocean governance, and citizenship is about the relationship between an individual and the ocean. So it goes beyond the nation state, and eventually it will go beyond Europe as well, because this blue, this ocean, is inherently cosmopolitan. We all have a stake in it, which is why it is a very courageous concept that is set up by the European Commission. And the project we are actually setting up is a project that is aiming at empowering young Europeans to actually address such a pivotal question. What does it mean to be a blue citizen, and what forms of participation are necessary to do justice to such a concept? So yeah, it's a very bottom-up exploration of blue citizenship, of defining blue citizenship and what sorts of responsibilities and rights we would have. The idea is to develop a blue citizenship compass until UNOC, and find mechanisms that actually protect the blue citizens' interests.
That sounds brilliant. Thank you so much, Nina. And moving to you, Lana, you are part of the EU Council of Europe Youth Partnership, which promotes synergies between the youth-focused activities of the European Commission and the Council of Europe. What have you learned from experiences in other policy arenas, especially those related to climate or the environment, that can help build a strong sense of blue citizenship among young people in the EU?
Thank you. So indeed, I am part of the program that has been in place since 1998. So for 27 years, Youth Partnership has been working on bridging the priorities of the Commission and the Council of Europe in the field of youth. And we also look at what are young people's needs and priorities, and climate change, climate crisis has been on the agenda of our work for the last 6 years. And we mainly approach this topic from the research perspective. So we do research for policy and also for young people and youth organizations. So in terms of what we have learned, it's very interesting for me to hear the concept of the blue citizenship, because for the last few years for our work, when we speak about climate, we have often been speaking about green. So it's wonderful to bring together also the other aspects of the climate and environment. I think some of the main things for us, we know that climate has been a priority for young people for a long time. From the latest Eurobarometer, we know it is the second on the list of priorities following the cost of living, so it's quite an urgent topic. And in terms of what the institutions have been doing, we know that, for example, one of the first things to learn from other policy areas is to create space for young people to participate, to engage, to share their views, their priorities, and their opinions. And I don't think that blue citizenship is any different in that regard. So creating spaces online, offline, hybrid, but also creating spaces within the policy areas. So we know that at the EU level, the European Commission is now implementing the so-called EU youth checks, which means that young people are involved basically in giving feedback to all policy documents. This also includes the oceans, it includes economy, it includes not only the youth sector, but really any other policy area. And I think this is a very important step to have the views and the voices of young people in the policy documents. And then at the Council of Europe level, through the Reykjavik Declaration, this is also done through the inclusion of young people's voices into the feedback on the upcoming environmental strategy of the Council of Europe. So the Council of Europe looks at the climate through the lens, or the environment through the lens of climate crisis, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity, which is kind of also linked very much to the topic of the waters. So besides for the spaces, which I already mentioned, another important area to keep in mind is inclusion. And that would be inclusion of all young people into giving their views and voices on blue citizenship, but also inclusion of youth movements, because often when we think of including young people, these are quite often youth organizations or youth representatives, and we know that especially within the climate scene, youth movements have a much stronger following, so it's not necessarily the formal organizations that only need to be included. And maybe I will just close with one final remark, because our work is very much linked to democracy and human rights, and this is how we approach the climate as well. And lately, linked also with the blue citizenship and youth engagement, we have seen that environmental human rights defenders have been quite threatened in many of the countries, and we see that youth climate activism has been not quite positively viewed in many spaces. So I think the protection, in order to promote the blue citizenship, we also need to ensure the protection of environmental human rights activists, because they're the ones who are very much engaged on all the aspects of the earth. Yeah.
That's right. Thank you so much, Lana. These are all really important points, particularly this last one about protection. I think we don't talk about in these kind of spaces, so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But let's hear now from a local governance perspective from you, Fatigi. With the example of your municipality of Den Helder, as a deputy mayor, do you think blue citizenship is essential? If so, why? And can you share any examples where blue citizenship has had a tangible impact, positive impact on your municipality, or alternatively, have there been any challenges posed by its absence?
Yes, after all, everything David shared, Lana shared, Nina shared, and also Shalina shared in her keynote, I can only answer yes. Of course, blue citizenship is essential.
Nice choice.
As you know, there is a lot of things happening within our seas and also a lot of things happening in our ports. For instance, the energy transition towards wind, tides, and waves, but also the fishery transitions for families to earn a living. And also, if you look at all the activities we take to prevent the negative impact on our ecosystems. So we are making our citizens aware of everything that is happening in the sea and in the world of the seas, because for them it's not something that they see on a regular basis. You know, we are called the Netherlands, Peba, because our land is really low and the water is really high, the sea. So we have huge dikes between the land and the sea. So our citizens don't see the sea on a daily basis. So it's important to inform them about everything that is happening in the world of the seas. But also, like Chalina said, the responsibility we have as citizens. We need to know what is our responsibility to keep the seas safe, but also to make sure that we will keep having food to eat. And if you look at our municipality, 75% of our municipality is sea. So our main challenge in Den Helder is the local economy, because we are one of the poorest cities in the region if you look at the average income of our inhabitants. So this means that our citizens are busy coping with the day-to-day challenges. So we are trying to prevent this by making the parents also part of the Blue School activities that are held on our Blue Schools. So we are educating the kids, but we are also educating the parents as well.
Thank you very much, Fatigi, and it's great to see that Den Helder keeps being such a bright example of strengthening ocean literacy and blue citizenship in Europe, so thank you for that. And building on this example and on the topic of strengthening blue citizenship, I would like to come back to you, Nina. How, in your opinion, can we deliver and strengthen blue citizenship across Europe? From the youth and local perspective, who do you think should take action and under what conditions?
So in our project, we will address the topic based on three pillars, which is knowledge, culture, and governance. So think, feel, and act. And we really believe, that it is important to have this bottom-up approach so that young ones aren't just confronted with this concept of blue citizenship in the classroom, but that they have a say in actually conceptualizing it and saying what it means. And this, of course, brings with itself the question of legal rights, not just responsibilities, but also participatory rights. I mean, if I could just wish for further structures, I would say something like a blue Erasmus would be a great idea, because when we asked those applicants, I mean, we have gathered around 16 people now from different European countries, but of course, a lot more have applied, and their applications were highly qualified, and all of them have unanimously said if they want to learn about the ocean, they would love to be by the sea. And of course, this can't always be done, but perhaps via exchange programs, it could be. And I think Europe can really act as a pioneer here. And I mean, it is great that such projects or initiatives do already exist for people from different countries to come together. Another challenge I think that we have is that we require a European audience and a European public. Europe could actually become a blue project. It doesn't just have to be an economic or a security project, but if we get the story right, this blue Europe, it can be a political project again, because when it comes to the ocean, as I've said before, we all have a stake in the ocean. It doesn't make sense to act alone. It really makes sense to act together, and perhaps Europe can, as said this morning, can lead the way for this ocean governance. It has to be put on the political agenda, the global agenda, the European agenda, also the national political agenda then, because so far, if we talk about global treaties such as the High Seas Treaty, of course it has to be ratified on a national level, but we really do require a European public arena or sphere to talk about such topics and have something that is as tangible as the ocean, the blue, to feel connected to.
Thank you, Nina. And I'll go back to you, Fatigi, to maybe react a little bit on this and build on this. How do you think we can effectively strengthen blue citizenship across Europe? What actions should different levels of governance take and under what conditions? And how do you think can municipalities play a key role in this effort?
Yes, I think municipalities play really an active role in this, and we need to take our responsibility. At the EMD last year in Svenborg, we facilitated a roundtable session, and we also pitched our challenge, and the challenge was how can we stimulate blue education in our municipality. And the main takeaway of this roundtable was to involve the teachers in this. So that's what we are actively doing. We have just finalized facilitating an agreement between all educational organizations in our municipality, which we will sign later this month during World Water Day, during the 3rd National Blue School event in Den Helder. And we are also training teachers and also train student teachers to become advocates of the ocean in their classes. My experience is that this is a bottom-up approach, and you really need citizens to make sure that this is happening. Only the citizens need to become aware of this challenge, and that's also something that the municipality and also the politicians need to do. If you are looking to this great session we have today in Brussels, I'm also actively promoting Blue Schools municipality on different levels. For instance, towards other cities in the Netherlands, but also in our region, also in our province, and even at a national level. So making people aware of the importance of the sea and also the responsibility we have towards the sea is really a key activity for me as a deputy mayor. I would also like to invite everybody that is present here, also from inlands in Europe, to visit Den Helder and to experience the sea. And if you come over, I would be more than happy to be your guide in our beautiful city.
Thank you very much, Fotigue, and we will definitely take you up on that and come visit you in Den Helder. Going back to you, Lana, Youth Partnership develops numerous publications and resources for the youth sector, I understand. Do you have any educational tools and materials that can be used to support young people's climate activism? And how can they be used in the context of developing and fostering blue citizenship?
Yes, as I mentioned, our main role is to do research and to produce different research outputs and materials and training materials as well. After seeing the upstairs part of this event where I saw so many different inspiring practices, now I feel a bit shy to share about our work because there's so much super interesting and very inspirational work already there. So instead of maybe talking about sustainability part of our work, I will focus on the part that is linked with the participation and citizenship. We have, within the climate work, of course, developed several research papers, some of the compendiums, inspiring practices, and also different research publications such as knowledge books, climate papers on climate emotions, on climate litigations, which is quite popular now. But we have also training kits, which are used by youth workers, youth organizations, NGOs, to work with young people on the concept of climate and sustainability. And we also have a sustainability checklist, which basically supports young people in organizing events and activities and things they need to consider for that. But also very importantly, we have the T-kit on participatory youth policy making. And I think this is something that is quite interesting for the blue citizenship because it also links with how can local governments and also national governments work with young people when developing certain policies. And these can also be linked with climate policies or ocean policies. We also, well, the Youth Partnership not, but at the Council of Europe, there is also framework competence for democratic culture. And this is really a very comprehensive guide on working with young people in schools. And they're currently working on developing a similar competence framework focused on sustainability. So this should be coming in the next year. And I think it will be a very useful resource for everybody who works with young people in formal or non-formal education settings.
Thank you very much, Lana, for informing us about these really valuable resources. And you focused on participation, so I would like to keep talking about that, and I would like to ask Dave, from your experience within the mission project Prep for Blue, what are your top recommendations for boosting citizen engagement in ocean issues? And how will your new Tidal Arts project, which is different from Prep for Blue, how will that contribute to this effort? Can you talk about both of them?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Very important question, I think. So the first thing I'd say is that I think to do citizen engagement properly, focusing on social inclusion is really important. And it's been heartening actually to see from the beginning of the mission, there's been quite a strong focus in language, even in the implementation plan and in the yearly funding calls on on social inclusion. And I mean, it's great. We're here at a DG Mare event, and to have things to be talking about things like blue citizenship, social inclusion. It's fantastic to see it as a focus. So I think we're at an interesting point in the mission, in that a lot has happened now, and we can kind of see the challenges and what is to be done, upscaled and replicated and all that. And I would say that some aspects of social inclusion are being promoted very well. Gender inclusion, especially Exhibit A on stage here. And I think the focus on youth has been quite successful as well. Both of them are growing quite well. I think if we look across mission activities to date, we could do better on ethnic inclusion. We could do better on things like disability inclusion. And so I'd like to see us as a mission community spend a lot more time maybe coming up, studying baselines of who we're reaching, thinking about target communities a bit more in our planning. So, I think a lot of us, when you're organizing workshops, you're organizing events, you're delighted to have people in the audience at all. But we could do a lot more of thinking about specific target communities and how we're going to target them. Do they need to be reached in ways alternative to our usual ways? And I think creating an evidence base on that as well, how you're increasing it through the project and through activities would be fantastic as well. So those findings are what have come from our Prep for Blue research on this. In Tidal Arts, just quickly, Tidal Arts is a new project that we're working on, Mission Ocean funded as well. It's about seeing what the role of the creative and art sector is in supporting Mission Ocean. So some of our activities are funding participatory art projects, citizen-engaged art projects across Europe. And one thing that we're really trying to do is design social inclusion at all stages of the project. So for instance, making sure that the 24 artists we'll end up funding are a diverse group of artists, making sure that the artists themselves report on how they're doing targeting, like what community groups they're working with, how are we increasing those over, collecting social inclusion KPIs as the project goes on. And I think another thing we're going to do as a consortium is challenge all of the partners to make sure they do at least one dissemination activity outside of kind of the workshop and stakeholder events that we're comfortable with, and going to a target community in local areas. So for instance, I'm from Cork in the south of Ireland. I want to go to a disadvantaged community that's about 2 kilometres up the road from me and present the art that we're going to create as kind of a jumping off point to think about that community's relationship with the sea and with Cork Harbour and all that. Hope to see many of you in Cork at European Maritime Day, by the way. I think that's how we're working through it.
Thank you very much, Dave. And also, I look forward to seeing more results from Tidal Arts. It sounds like a fascinating project. So thank you all for your inputs. I would like to look at the Slido really quickly now. And as we do look through those responses, or some of them at least, I've seen Charlena taking notes while all the panelists were intervening, and I know you probably have a lot to say in response. So I would like to close and conclude with you now. What are your main takeaways from the session? And also, if you manage to peek a little bit at the Slido, do you have any reactions to what the audience is thinking? Yes, so the question we asked the audience is, what does blue citizenship mean to you? And yes, so we've had answers. Karaoke seems to always be up there. I need an explanation on that from whoever is saying that. But then it also says responsibility, and also the connection of the ocean with people across the world. Citizenship would speculate some degree of some sort of rights and obligations. Yes. There you go. No, so on and so forth.
That's why I asked, because I saw karaoke and I was wondering whether everybody is influenced by the link between science and art and ocean, probably. But in any case, I saw responsibility as well, so probably that comes across quite clearly. And knowledge and literacy, because this is the awareness of how important the ocean is. Otherwise, sensitization is difficult. If you don't know enough, then you are not truly sensitized. You are not truly passionate about what you are reaching. But I also like the fact that many young people started philosophically, you said, and theoretically. That means deep thought, huh? Because citizenship, if you consider not only national citizenship, but also European citizenship, this is identity in the first place. So that brings us into a higher standard of thinking. So I'm really happy that citizenship is something higher than just one or two or three terms that can be linked to it. So identity. And I'm really happy if we can have, on top of the European citizenship, blue citizenship that can overlap the two communities to 100%. No matter where our young people are, in landlocked or in a coastal state. Because one of the awareness that we have to make, and I was also listening to the recent fact that climate change still remains on the top. Second, sometimes it's the first, but it shares between the first and second place as a perceived challenge for the young generation. If we explain to the young generation that the biggest climate regulator for the planet is the ocean, then probably sensitization will be much easier. So again, we reach out to the topic of schools, education. Everybody was considering this as a major element. Not only major element of citizenship, but the real basis on which we can build further. Then I was very interested in listening to what you expect from the European Commission or European institutions. So creating space, blue spaces like parts, virtual spaces sometimes that can be created by local communities. So these are extremely important prerequisites. If we don't have the space where to exchange, and I mentioned a number of platforms, you mentioned a number of projects, these are the spaces. So we have to do it in the best possible way so that ideas can spring up and help us to shape the European Ocean Pact. And I have to tell you that the global community is extremely interested in what we are cooking here in Europe. Because I'm just coming back from a UN conference, United Nations conference, which was dedicated to the Sustainable Development Goal 14, which is life underwater. And specifically, there are several 14.4, 14.46 related to fisheries and so on and so on. Everybody was asking me, first of all, we got quite a visibility as European Union there at the global stage, and I was continuously asked about the Ocean Pact, including the special envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations. He's really famous, Peter Thompson.
Yes.
He was asking me, so what would you really do to shape and what will be there, the content of the Ocean Pact? And I said, we are shaping it up together. Immediately after, I'm jumping into the Ocean Week, which starts not by anything else, but sourcing the ideas from the young generation, with the first youth dialogue that the commissioner is supposed to have. And this is very indicative. So the voice of the young generation should be heard and should be part of the shaping exercise. Because I don't like, you have to be around the table, and you are. And I was very happy also to hear that it is recognized that in our consultation processes, we are going to have youth checks. Because any future legislation, it has to be future-proof. And what is the best way to future-proof it? It is exactly by the youth checks. And I appreciate that it is being appreciated and known. So please avail yourselves. This is only the first youth dialogue, but we've been engaged on a number of occasions, a number of fora, and so on. And on the youth checks, I would like to tell you something which I'm very passionate about. For the first time, I haven't heard it anywhere, in any country, in any context. We, in the next political cycle of this Commission, we will have a strategy for intergenerational fairness. And when we talk about the ocean, it's extremely important functions. This is really a global common that we have to take care of with all the passion we have. Intergenerational fairness has to be here at the bottom of our heads. So this is a strategy that will be much wider, but it is so relevant when we talk about the ocean. And I also liked the fact that there was a mention about the link with art, really, because if you don't have the feel, then it doesn't go to your heart, you don't have the passion to claim things. I have to tell you that in DG Mare, in the Director General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, I've seen the most passionate people. Probably more than 50% of my colleagues are marine biologists. They know about the ocean, they get the passion, they project it, and they integrate it in their work. So knowledge, responsibility, high on the political agenda, youth spaces. So these are things that I take away, and I thank you very much for all the projects that you're handling. I'm happy to hear that Mission Ocean is a source of inspiration. And probably last thing, we have to be all proud in Europe. Probably we are not doing enough, but we are doing a lot. We have the Mission Ocean, we are going to have the Ocean Pact that we will shape together. We have so much to build on, and I'm sure that we are going to succeed, and we will jump boldly, globally, so that, because it's a global endeavor, so that we achieve sustainability and health of the ocean as one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlene. I think that beautifully concludes our session on and our discussion on blue citizenship. So once again, thank you all for joining us today. A warm applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you all very much. Yep, we're done. Thank you. So thank you, Charlene. We will be back with you after this session, but now I would like to invite to the stage my colleague from the EU for Ocean Coalition, Pierre Strasser from Action Environment. Pierre is the coordinator of the EU for Ocean Coalition, and he will give us a presentation of the MakeEUBlue Cities in Action campaign. Thank you, Pierre. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lavinia. And if I'm here, it's on behalf of a very large community, EU for Ocean, but many, many more that have and are joining what we are trying to do and presenting today. Advocacy campaign launch. We are very pleased. It all started in the EU for Ocean coalition deck, and with many stars aligning. Let's say the first star, I think Shalina reminded us, and it was also at the beginning of these Ocean Days, was our challenge of the year as EU for Ocean, be a blue citizen. And behind this, be a blue citizens, you heard what the panel said, how we understand it. There is an issue, central question of citizens' role and responsibilities. The second star, which is much more diffuse but essential, was the growing importance of cities and municipalities in steering the transition we need to deliver healthy, resilient, sustainable ocean. And if I go back to the previous panel and the closing, yes, we all expect and are looking for what will be in the Ocean Pact, and clearly delivering the ambition of the Ocean Pact or Mission Oceans will need a very strong commitment from cities and municipalities as an intermediary level between citizens on one side, bottom up, and then what policies and Europe needs in particular. The third and the fourth stars are more source of inspiration. When we launched the Challenge of the Year last year, we had a proposal submitted to us, which was by the Ocean Conservation Trust, called Motion for the Ocean, asking local authorities, elected representatives, to adopt a motion and then to translate whatever they do in different domains into action supporting ocean sustainability. And the last source of inspiration came from some of the activities we do in Strasbourg as part of the EU Researchers' Night, where we try to bring the ocean in Strasbourg to Strasbourg citizens, not always very easy, but was named L'Océan commence à Strasbourg. Translated, the ocean starts in Strasbourg. I could have added a fifth star, which is whatever you heard from the panel today, what you heard this morning about inclusivity, mobilization in the dialogues with the Commissioner this morning. We translated these ideas into discussion with parties, very collective. We tried to see how best it was to bring cities on board, building on civic engagement, and then we chose to have a non-partisan approach. Let's bring citizens and cities in choosing exactly how they want to be mobilized for delivering actions for the ocean. And finally, and this is essential in the campaign that we are presenting today, we are leaving the door open. It's an organic campaign. Everybody can join and should join with his own strengths, capabilities, and possibilities to bring citizens on board. Oops. I'll try to get the slides back. This is the campaign. Something you're familiar with, MakeEUBlue. We are using it for several years. And behind what you find in this Slido answers, cities in action. And then maybe to remind each of us as citizens living in a space that the ocean starts in your city. And as a result, it is essential that you cities get on board and act for ocean sustainability. How does the campaign work? We have different hooks. The first one is citizens sign a petition to call upon their cities to act. Very simple. There are different ways we do that. We are all, as part of EU for Ocean, living in a city. So we can call our city to act. But there are also many civil society organizations with volunteers that can bring the campaign on board, like volunteers from Surfriders Foundation Europe. And finally, visitors to aquariums. Aquariums are the European Aquarium and Zoo Associations, will have some emotion about the ocean, and when they go out of the aquariums, they will ask themselves, is my city acting? Maybe not. I will call my city to act. And if you are not part of these three categories, I'm sure you have many ideas of how you could call your cities to act for ocean sustainability. Maybe I will ask two our supporters, Adeline Play from Surfriders Foundation Europe. Why do you think the campaign is useful and why you are supporting the campaign? For all of you, we are coming to the room. Adeline, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Adeline, and I'm here on the behalf of Surfrider Foundation Europe. We believe that protecting our ocean starts with people, and that's exactly where our strength lies. At Surfrider, we just don't advocate for change, we activate it. Across Europe, our network of passionate volunteers take action every day, collecting waste on beaches, analyzing data, raising awareness, and pushing decision makers to be better. From the smallest coastal town to the highest EU institution, we make sure that the voice of civil society is heard loud and clear. But action alone isn't enough. That's why we work to connect local engagement with systematic impact. The fight for clean, healthy water isn't won in isolation. It's built on collaboration, knowledge sharing, and collective momentum, and that's exactly what this campaign is about. So today, I'm not just here to talk, I'm here to invite each of you to be part of this movement, because the more hands, the more voices and ideas we bring together, the stronger we become. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Adeline. The bad news with the second speech was that Thomas Rusek from the European Association of Zoos and Aquarium is sick today, but he still shared his message, and I will share what he wanted to say and share today. I read, just to translate exactly his words. At EASA, we understand the critical role that our oceans play in sustaining life on Earth. Our 350 members, zoos and aquariums in 47 countries, are not places to encounter wild animals, including marine animals. They are hubs for learning and action. Every year, they capture the attention of close to 150 million visitors. Through powerful storytelling, they bring the wonders of the sea to those who don't often have a chance to dip their toes in ocean waters. They help make the concept of blue cities tangible and inspiring. Our commitment to this campaign is a call to action for cities to better connect with their oceans, with a holistic approach to urban planning that considers marine environments. For EASA, MakeEUBlue is an opportunity to expand our impact from individual species conservation to broader ecosystem protection. It empowers us to mobilize citizens not only as zoos and aquarium visitors, but as champions for oceans in their local communities. So Thomas, thanks for these words. Thanks for supporting the campaign on behalf of EASA. The second part of the campaign, the second hook, is to speak directly to cities. And when I say cities, it means staff from city administration. It means, in particular, elected representatives. And thanks to existing networks, it's not something we do ourselves as EU for Ocean, but we have networks of cities, of local authorities, contacted their members, discussing what could be done to bring their cities to acting for the ocean. We are very lucky to have two networks on board to start the campaign with. The first one is Atlantic Cities, and the second is ALDA. And then I give the floor to Eliane Verapaz from Atlantic Cities and Ginevra Gatti from ALDA. Why are you on board? Why do you think this campaign is of interest for members of your networks? Eliane?
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here on behalf of the Atlantic Cities Network, and we also wish to express our strong support to the campaign. Atlantic Cities is a cooperation platform that currently brings together 17 local authorities of the Atlantic Arc from 4 member states, that is Ireland, France, Spain, and Portugal. And the network is made up of coastal and inland cities, and we are persuaded that both have a substantial role to play in ocean protection and literacy, and we wish to become a platform where cities can reflect on the ocean from both sides under a holistic and multi-level approach, where cities can learn from each other and from other forward-looking cities such as Den Helder. We work directly with city staff, and that means identifying opportunities, resources, where we can integrate the blue component in local initiatives or projects, and we are looking forward to be creative in that way. We also support the informal EMD cities network, which is a network bringing together former, present and future European Maritime Days, of which Den Helder is a member, but also Brest and Cork, which are also members of our network, and there are very much cities looking to the sea. And we are also working and collaborating with a wide range of stakeholders through the task forces of the Atlantic Maritime Strategy. So we are thrilled to involve the local Atlantic level in this campaign and to help and to contribute to address the ocean in a multi-level, holistic approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginevra?
Yes. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Eliane, for your words. So my name is Ginevra. I work for ALDA. It's the European Association of Local Democracy. As ALDA, I have two main points to raise on the campaign. The first point is that ALDA is a membership-based organization, and we have 300 members from all over Europe and in all sectors. As such, we see that there is a multiple types of stakeholders who are interested in ocean literacy and ocean protection. And this is the first point. For example, we have Barcelona municipality, municipalities in Moldova, Street Art Museum of Amsterdam, research institutes in Italy, so various stakeholders. Second point is that we are a local democracy association, which means that our stakeholders are local authorities. And the reason why we think it's important to bring them on board for the campaign is that often they are the cornerstone of community activities and sector activities. So if we manage to bring local authorities on board, we will manage to bring on board those actors which can actually reach all the other stakeholders which I mentioned at the beginning. So I'm really glad that the campaign started. I'm really glad that this event is happening again this year, because last year it was a success. We managed to mobilize lots of actors, and I'm sure that this year with the campaign we will do even better. So thank you to all the stakeholders who are here today and know me, Pierre, and the project for your engagement, and I hope we will have more this year. Thank you all for your attention as well.
If you didn't understand that the ambition of the campaign was for cities to act, maybe then, please, we can speak a bit later during the cocktail and the social event, but I think it was essential. We felt that to highlight the importance of cities to act, we could call upon our, I would say, old friends of Den Helder. Let's say we have been with you and you are with us for quite some time since EMD took place in Den Helder, where the first European Blue School was then labeled there. So please, I'm very happy that Maya Jan de Boer from Den Helder City is with us. So why are you here, and why do you think the campaign finally is useful for cities like Den Helder and more?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the local government, and Den Helder is well known because we have the first Blue School of the European Union since 4 years ago, so I'm very proud of that. And for me, it's not about care, but what can you do? So it's not talking anymore with our citizens, but we can do a lot of things. I give 2 ideas for the local governments what you can do. First, we have an ambition with our young citizens. We take them to the beaches. We clean up the meshes and we analyze what we found. That's not a happy ending, but it's good for the awareness. We have also a lot of events for the young citizens, also for the adults, to on the beach or in a harbor, to be there. When you are on the beach, you are aware how important life is on the beach and the coastal behind that. So all the citizens, it doesn't matter who, this awareness is a first part. The second is the Blue School, like Fotogi just said. At the end of March, we signed a covenant with all the schools in Den Helder to be a blue school. That's not only an ambition, because the schools are very busy. We have to help the school, and we do. So we have some work that they don't have to do, because every problem, go to school. That's not a solution. You have to do it with the schools, the ambition to share the problem and to give attention to the school. Not only at the end of March, no, the whole year long, you have to pay attention to the teachers, to the parents, and of course, to the young adults. So that are two ideas. Be practical, just do it. And it's not only the problem, you have to help with the problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just do it. Bring your city on board as the ocean starts in your city. And please join the campaign, because we need all of you to ensure we get this snowball effect, and on the map of Europe, more and more cities act for ocean sustainability. I stop here. You will see in the cocktail part, there are some of these postcards that we are developing with citizens or people to explain why they feel it's essential that their city get on board. You will recognize, for example, the mayor of Den Helder. I don't know, Lavinia, to which city you come from, but many thanks for the facilitation. And the same, Charlena, thanks for all the support. I also don't know which city you come from, but I hope that very soon we will see your cities appearing on the map of MakeEUBlue Cities in Action. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and your team at the EU for Ocean Coalition and everyone involved in this very important campaign. You heard the call of action, so there you go. The ocean starts in our cities, so let's act now. As we near the end of our event, it is my pleasure to invite again Charlena Vicheva to the stage to deliver her closing remarks for today. Welcome back, Charlena.
So, I hope you found this day an inspiring day. I really, truly hope so. And now, when I close this day, the idea is to make a wrap-up and to see what are the main takeaways and what we have achieved together. I'm sure that I cannot exhaust content-wise, but I will try. Let's name it a great opportunity for harvesting new ideas and for engaging with all the communities. So I take it as an incredible opportunity to connect, to network, to share, and to engage in meaningful discussions. What I understand from my colleagues, to whom I thank very much, because a very committed team stands behind the preparation not only of this day, but of the European Ocean Days that will last until Friday. So according to them, we've been having around 250 people joined on site, but also many more online, to whom I also thank a lot. And each of you has been contributing with ideas and energy to this event. You have actually shown the true meaning of blue citizenship through your engagement in this dialogue. We began with the day with the calming sounds of the ocean, and this is how we feel the ocean. And it's important to have this more than content and brain relationship with the ocean. Commissioner Kadis had 16 young people from across the European Union that took part in the first ever youth policy dialogue. which is a powerful conversation that will become an annual event. So that is only the first of a kind. We all agree in this room and outside this room, our youth must be at the forefront of ocean policy, and their voices need to be heard and acted upon. And inclusive process is essential. We heard it also in the last session. Inclusion, inclusion, inclusion. And it is not enough for young people to advocate. They must be included in the decision-making process that will shape our ocean policies for generations to come. So we start shaping the European Ocean Pact today throughout the whole week, and we will continue to be inclusive, especially for the young generation, in shaping the European Ocean Pact. After the dialogue, some of you participated in 4 parallel workshops focused on blue education, blue careers, ocean literacy, and the connection between the ocean and art. I thank you to the EU for Ocean Coalition, the Mission Ocean and Waters, supported by Horizon Europe, to the Blue Careers Project, supported by the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, to Bono Lab, and our partners at the IOC, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO, for organizing these engaging sessions. Speaking of arts, I hope you had the chance to explore the Natur Archi exhibition by the JRC SciArt project. I remember when the SciArt project started in the Joint Research Center, I was still there, a Deputy Director General, and I'm looking at Dalila, she used to be a director there. Now we're both switched to DG Mare, but it started there, and it is exactly because art is such a strong messenger that we continue engaging with this type of projects. This project actually skillfully blends science and art to present our ocean in a new light. I trust no one ordered drinks at the Haunted Waters Bar. Strongly polluted, huh? I also hope you visited the Ocean Literacy Island to network, exchange ideas, and discover initiatives related to ocean literacy and youth engagement. We've heard so much, but we need to keep informed about all that is going on. So for this, we really need to network. In the afternoon, we divided into 3 key sessions. One focused on skills for the next generation of ocean professionals, exploring how we can equip young people with the knowledge and expertise needed to meet the challenges ahead and build a strong and sustainable workforce, blue workforce. We heard about that also in our session, so it is a prominent topic. We heard also from the mayor and deputy mayor in Den Helder. It's not so easy when you go to practicalities to build a blue school, because there are so many competing priorities. So please ask them how they did it, because we should not discover the wheel all the time. Then, session 2 was about the role of youth in ocean restoration and showcasing through inspiring projects. How we can not only inform and teach the youth, but also to empower young people to take the lead in restoring our waters. The success of the Mission Ocean and Waters depends on youth-led initiatives, and we heard also in the last session some very good examples about that. And the third session was on blue citizenship, which I truly like as a concept, and I'm happy that I'm not the only one. Everybody's convinced that this is not only responsibility, but it's also identity. It projects the democratic project we have in Europe, and we have to value it, because unfortunately, lately, it needs more support than ever. So, we've just ended up with Pierre, where it was a nice conclusion of the day. there was the launch of the MakeEUBlue Cities on Board campaign, calling on cities across Europe to join the movement for ocean sustainability. Cities, whether coastal or inland, are indeed crucial in achieving ocean protection and restoration goals, as well as fostering a sustainable and resilient blue economy. Because cities, especially the coastal cities, they're both impacting the ocean, but also receive all the impact from the ocean. So whatever we create, we get back. And they're the best agents for this sustainable and regenerative blue economy that we aspire for. You were asking where I come from. So the Director General of DG Mare comes from an inland city in Bulgaria. But I perfectly well know that nothing that happens in the ocean remains in the ocean. It impacts us back, not only through the climate change, but through all sustainability restoration gaps that we are not able to bridge. So I'm convinced, and we have to make convinced everybody, not only the ones that are in the coastal cities, but also inland. So we call on you, citizens, to engage with your cities to support blue education, organize beach cleanups, commit to restoration projects, or collaborate with other cities. I'm one of the people that actually championed the urban dimension in Europe. It was before I was in the Joint Research Center, I was in DG Regio. And there we launched the first cities agenda for the European Union. And I know the power of the European cities. It is where we actually implement our agendas. And I'm so thankful to the local authorities. And that was actually my first European Maritime Day in Den Helder. And I know it was after COVID and how difficult it was to organize it. But we did it together with you, dear Mayor and Deputy Mayor. We really did it in a fantastic manner. So we need everyone on board for a sustainable ocean future, and no city should be left behind in this mission. To help this happen, I'm pleased to announce the launch of the related EU for Ocean call for collective action. When it's called, it's about finance, which is now open. This initiative will support projects that address ocean challenges through civic engagement and democratic action. It is a wonderful opportunity for those of you who want to turn ocean-related ideas into tangible action, because as Pierre said, it is about action. For more details, please visit the Ocean Literacy Island, which is upstairs, or the ones that are online, the EU for Ocean webpage on the Maritime Forum. As you can see, we will continue our work to strengthen blue citizenship across Europe. We will keep promoting actions that encourage public and youth engagement in ocean matters. Truly, we need blue citizens to help us deliver the European Ocean Pact. This framework requires everyone, especially youth, to actively engage in making the ocean a priority. Before I close, I would warmly thank all of you for having the interest in this session. I'm sure that next time it will be even more numerous, and really continue your plea for the ocean and your action for the ocean. And to keep the conversations going, now we invite you to a networking reception. And I invite you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow until Friday throughout the week, throughout this week, because we have so many interesting engagements throughout the week. Let us make sure that we can look back after that and say we turned the tide. So thank you very much, dear all, and I see you tonight, tomorrow, and throughout the week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlina, for these words of conclusion for today's event. I want to also extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the speakers, the panelists, and the contributors for these really important discussions that we had today and all of their valuable perspectives. A special thank you also to the European Commission for prioritizing and bringing youth to the center stage year after year. Thank you so much for that. To Manuela Gelling, to John Bell, to Charlina Vicheva, and to Commissioner Kadis, and to all the organizations and individuals of all ages and generations that were represented here today that continue to drive this important work forward. A big thank you again to the EU for Ocean Coalition. And I also want to thank our event facilitators and the technical team, Olivier, Sandra, Yuna, Evelyn, Olga, our video and sound tech team in the back, and everyone who has made this event possible today. It's been a real pleasure to gather such passionate people all together with you today. So finally, thanks to you, the audience, for sticking around until the end and for providing your insights and comments along the way. As Charlina announced, we have a networking cocktail just outside, so please continue the conversation out there. Enjoy Brussels and the rest of these European Ocean Days. Thank you so much and have a nice evening. Grazie.